Okay, sir. Ama namin, pakinggan mo ang pagtawag namin sa iyong banal na pangalan. Basbasan mo ang aming pagtitipon, at kami kaluguran mo sa araw na ito. Pagyamanin mo, Panginoon, at maging nakaayon sa iyong kalooban ang aming pagkikita-kita mula sa simula hanggang katapusan. Masalaminawa namin ang layunin mong dakila sa aming buhay at maisagawa namin ngayon ang aming mga gawain na may kabutihan at pag-ibig sa aming kapwa. Kami ay naninikluhod sa iyong harapan na kami iyong patnubayan at iwaksi sa aming kaisipan ang anumang masasamang kaisipan. Bigyan mo kami ng sapat na lakas at katalinuhan upang maibahagi namin ang aming makakaya sa aming mga kasama sa pagtitipon na ito. Iligay mo sa aming diwa at puso ang pagmamahal na hindi naghihintay ng anumang kapalit, bagkus ay bukas palad na magkakaloob ng anumang tulong. Panalangin namin ang lahat ng ito sa pangalan ng iyong bugtong na anak na si Jesus. Amen.
So, hello. Good evening, guys. And we are back on our day 3 of our Trio-CPD-nario webinar series 2.0. So, for tonight, our topic is all about environment and energy revisited. So, our speaker for today is Dr. Angelo A. Beltran. So, moving forward, to jumpstart our webinar tonight, may we call on our 2021 IECEP Rizal Governor, Engineer Dennis L. Molina. Good evening, Gov.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Good evening, sir Ron. Narinig mo ako?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Okay, so let's start. Maulan na gabi sa inyong lahat. Alam kong maulan sa iba't ibang lugar o sa iba't ibang panig ng ating bansa. So anyway, maraming salamat po. Nandito po kayo sa lahat ng mga participants from different local and foreign chapters. Magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat. Welcome to our second part of our Trio-CPD-nario organized by the IECEP ROS team, the Rizal, Oman, and Soc-Sargent chapters. So, actually, yesterday actually may event tayo, di ba, yung yung about sa grounding and bonding, but it will be rescheduled on August 6. So, abangan lang nyo po yung email natin para dun sa reschedule ng July 23. So magiging August 6 na po siya. So through email na lang po, abangan po natin, and din sa announcement po ng FB page. And then sa part 3 ng Trio-CPD-nario, it will be held also on August 13 and 14. So naka-open na po yun sa My IECEP portal. Register po kayo, limited lang kasi sa 250 participants po yun. So madali po siyang mapuno. So register kayo agad for the part 3 ng Trio-CPD-nario. So if you complete all the webinars for Trio-CPD-nario, you will get a total of 24 CPD points po. Lahat po yon. Again, sana aatinan nyo po lahat. It's a free webinar. So minsan lang po minsan lang po magkaroon tayo ng mga free webinars na dapat natin atinan. Malaking bagay po kaysa sa mga paid webinar natin. Okay, so actually 15 CPD lang naman ang ni-require natin to renew our licenses. Depende kung mag-ASEAN tayo or APEC, we need a total of 150 CPD points. Siguro naman kung may kayo mag-ASEAN or mag-upgrade sa advanced level engineering, makaka-accumulate tayo na up to 150 dahil marami naman pong chapters na nagpo-provide ng mga free webinars. So atinan lang po natin lahat yon. And then before we start, I would like to thank all the officers behind this event. The officers from Rizal, officers from Oman, officers from Soc-Sargent, especially Sir Jimmy, Gob, and Ma'am Tanya Osorio. Ma'am, maraming salamat sa collaboration. Mas maganda mayroong collaboration kasi madali siyang ma-assign sa mga bawat officer per chapter. So talagang maraming salamat po sa mga officers na alam ko may kanya-kanya tayong problema sa buhay, lalo na ngayon. So medyo pandemic at napapanahon ang topic ni Sir Dr. Beltran about the environment and energy. Yan yung mga dati kasi gumagamit tayo ng mga non-renewable energies. Ngayon marami na ngayon gumagamit ng mga renewable energies na makakatulong sa environment to minimize yung mga global warming and climate change. So malaman natin mga solution diyan. Lalo na ngayon, may lindol, tapos may ulan pa, and then may volcanic eruption. So lahat yan parang related sa mga global warming and air pollution, yan, global warming and yung mga climate change. So madidiscuss yun, alam ko ni Sir Doktor, ang ating expert for environment and energy revisited. So again, maraming salamat po sa lahat ng nandito. Sinamahan nyo kami kahit na maulan sa araw na ito. So Sir Ron, thank you and good day and enjoy this evening webinar.
Okay, thank you very much, Governor Dennis, for that informative opening remarks and also a heartwarming one. So, moving on to our webinar, this next slide will be our official IECEP National YouTube channel. So guys, please do like, share, subscribe, and ring the bell for us to get updated on the latest happenings on our IECEP national chapter and also national rather or to our different chapters that offers different seminars on different kinds of profession. And also this is an excellent avenue for those ECE students who recently graduated and also to the STEM students who are looking on ECE as their course on college. So guys, please do like, share, subscribe, and ring the bell on our IECEP National YouTube channel. So the domain name for this is https://youtube.com/IECEP National Official. So at this juncture, we are moving forward to our reading of our house rules for this Trio-CPD-nario webinar series 2.0. And to read our house rules, may we call on Engineer Kiara T. Padernal, ECE, our IECEP SOC Sergeant Auditor. Ma'am, good evening.
Hello, good evening, Sir Ron.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Clear po ang aking audio, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Audible.
Okay. So, yes, good evening to everyone, to Team Ross, and welcome back no, sa ating Trio-CPD-nario webinar series. So, let me remind you of our house rules that should be followed within the entire session. So, first, turn off your microphone and your webcam. Second, type your registered name as your participant name. The name you will be using upon sign-in shall be cross-checked with our list of registrants, and the same would be reflected on your e-certificate. Next, be respectful. Treat everyone how you would like to be treated. Number 4, be an active participant. You may direct your topic-related questions in Zoom's chat box or in the YouTube comment section. Please do not directly message your questions to the speaker. We will try to cover all of it during the Q&A session. Next, no spamming in the chat box. You are enjoined to attend the whole duration of the webinar, and we have a strict attendance system in place, and checking shall be done from time to time. Your attendance will be invalidated if you do not complete 90% of the session. An evaluation test shall be provided to gauge the learning gained in the webinar. The attendance quiz evaluation form link shall be posted in the chat box after the Q&A session. You are urged to accomplish this form before the webinar ends. The attendance shall be submitted to PRC immediately after the end of this webinar. And lastly, keep an open mind and enjoy the webinar. That's it. Back to you, Sir Ron.
Okay, thank you very much, Ma'am Kiara, for the reminders of the house rules. So, moving to our webinar, we are going to the rules or the protocols on how to qualify for our e-certificate for this Trio-CPD-nario version 2.0. One is we have to be a registered participant at myiecep.net. Two is we must complete at least 90% of this session. 3 is we have to pass the evaluation test. And lastly, we have to accomplish the post-webinar evaluation survey. So guys, at this juncture, we are moving to our official hashtags for this Trio-CPD-nario webinar series 2.0. So guys, before sharing this link on your social media accounts, please key in these official hashtags. So 1 is hashtag Trio-CPD-nario. 2 is hashtag 1IECEP. 3 is hashtag Team Ross. And lastly, hashtag Mabuhay IECEP. So moving on, we have our webinar proper. So to officially introduce our speaker for tonight, may we call on Engineer Rio-CPD-nario PECE, our 2021 IECEP Rizal Auditor, to introduce our speaker. Engineer Rio?
Good evening, sir. Dinig po ako, sir.
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Okay po. Good evening, everyone. Our guest speaker is a graduate of Adamson University with a Bachelor of Science in Electronics and Communications Engineering. He has a Master of Engineering in Electronics and Communication Engineering at Mapua Institute of Technology. His master's thesis is Design of a Linear Integrated Operational Amplifier Circuits, an alternative solution to differential equation modeling of RLC circuit. And he is also a Doctor of Philosophy and Electronics Engineering under the School of Graduate Studies of Mapua University with a dissertation, Design of a Maximum Power Point Tracking Control using Fuzzy Logic and Particle Swarm Optimization for Standalone Photovoltaic System. At present, he is a researcher, faculty at the ECE Department Graduate School at Adamson University. He was also a faculty and chairperson of the ECE Department of the TIP Manila. He was once a faculty member of Mapua Institute of Technology, Lyceum of the Philippines University, and FEU, East Asia College. He worked as hardware engineer at Acer Incorporated in Taiwan and as a research and development engineer at Servotech Corporation, also in Taiwan. He was a keynote speaker at IEEE International Conference on Smart Technology and its Applications in Surabaya, Indonesia last February 2020. A keynote speaker at the World Congress on Engineering and Technology, Innovation and its Sustainability in Manila, Philippines last November 2018. He co-authored together with Lontok, Zeni, Conde, Belinda et al. World Congress on Engineering and Technology, Innovations and its Sustainability on 2018. He has an article in the journal entitled A Robust Design of Maximum Power Point Tracking Using Taguchi Method for Standalone Photovoltaic System. A chaos-enhanced particle swarm optimization with adaptive parameters and its application with maximum power point tracking. Another one is on PhD in Electronics and Electrical Engineering, a Perspective, and a lot more. A professional electronics engineer, mga ka-EC, let us all welcome Dr. Angelo A. Beltran Jr.
Thank you, Sir Engineer Rio Tubon. Thank you, sir, for the very warm introduction. Naririnig po ba ako, sir? Okay naman yung aking audio.
Yes, sir. Loud and clear, sir.
Okay po. So, mag-start na po tayo. I'm about to share my screen now. Okay, so nakikita na po ba yung screen ko, sir?
Yes, sir. Kita po.
Alright. Okay, so my topic of discussion will be all about environment and energy revisited. No? This is a very timely topic because right now we are currently experiencing, no, yung tinatawag nating climate change, global warming, environmental degradations, and so on and so forth. And apparently, IECEP is very active with the renewable energy systems, to be specific with the solar photovoltaic systems. And it has been a subject of rift between electrical and electronics engineering. No? But before we proceed to the renewable energy systems, it is very important for us to understand first, no, kung ano ba yung pinakapunot dulo nito. Ba't kailangan natin mag-shift from non-renewable up to renewable energy? Well, the title suggests that we focus firstly on environment. Actually, mag-focus muna ako sa energy. Baliktad dapat to eh. Energy and environment. But kasi ang energy and then yung environment, related yan. You cannot be able to sustain an energy if you have, or sustain the environment kapag meron kang non-renewable energy source to disrupt the environment. And since this is a very old topic, kaya naglagay ako dito ng revisited, no? Because we will review what we have done so far in the environment and energy, and then I will be giving some trends. No? I will be giving some advice on how can we help. Yeah, so how can we help reduce the degradation of environment? Moderator, may interference?
Hello, sir.
May interference pa?
Let me check, sir.
So, okay na?
Okay na, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Before I start, I would like firstly to acknowledge, no, different chapters with our organization, IECEP. The IECEP National is spearheaded by Dr. Michelle Lawas, and I would like also to thank the national officers and board of trustees for being very active kahit na nakakaranas tayo ng pandemic, no? Active pa rin tayo sa organizations natin. Thank you, Sir Ma'am, for helping our organizations. And of course, IECEP Oman chapter, spearheaded by Governor Jimmy Santos. Sir, thank you so much, no? And chapter officers as well as the board of trustees. I would like also to congratulate Governor Jimmy Santos for his ASEAN engineer, which was recently undertaken. No? I think this week lang yata. No? Also with IECEP Rizal chapter, spearheaded by Governor Dennis Molina, chapter officers and board of trustees. So Sir Dennis is actually a friend, and as well as Sir Jimmy. And both of them have conferred as an ASEAN engineer. Congratulations, sirs. And of course, IECEP SOC Sergeant chapter, Governor Tanya Osorio, chapter officers and board of trustees. Ma'am, thank you so much. And maganda itong ginagawa ng triple try, no? IECEP Oman, IECEP Rizal, and IECEP SOC Sergeant to do some collaborations. And hopefully, yung ibang chapters ma-emulate din natin, no? Yung collaborations. And I think IECEP Laguna and the other chapters are also doing some collaborations for a lot of activities, especially for webinars. All right. Let me just discuss something about the overview. No? The contents of my presentation are as follows. Of course, let me discuss something about energies. And then, pag-uusapan din natin yung tungkol sa environment contaminations. Of course, environment contaminations are usually produced by non-renewable energies. as well as climate crisis. Ito na kasi yung effect ng environment contaminations. No? So we have the climate crisis, and then we have the so-called global warming problems, and then global heating problems. And then, of course, puro disadvantage ang madidiscuss natin sa global heating, no? And climate crisis. But magbibigay din ako ng konting advantage or several more merits for global heating. Kung tatanungin niyo ako, no, sir, meron bang advantage yan, global warming? Ang sagot is yes. Meron din siyang kahit paano, konting advantage. No? And ano ba yung ginagawa ng mga ibang countries, no? Different nations on how can we reduce the global heating problem and the climate change or the climate crisis. Kasi, of course, meron tayong tinatawag na agreement. No? Later, i-discuss natin yan in detail. And as a one organization, IECEP, not only as an organization, no, but also as an individual, how can we help? I will be giving some suggestions, no, on how can we help alleviate the so-called climate crisis. So itong how can we help at saka yung alleviating climate crisis, pag-iisahin na natin yan. Okay? So I will just keep my discussion simple as possible, no? And to keep everyone informed in a not so technical language. I will not be discussing some equations here, no? that is been using by climate scientists, but as an engineer, discuss lang natin yung mga practical applications on how can we alleviate the climate crisis. All right, so let's talk something about energies. So, sabi dito, no? Law of supply and demand. Conventional fuels such as coal, ito kasi yung mga natin, fossil fuels natin. So we have the coal, and then we have the oil, and then we also have the gas-fired boilers or transportation will eventually increase in price as supplies diminish. No? Of course, alam na natin yung basically. No? Alam naman natin na yung, especially yung diesel, no? And even yung gas, taas baba ang presyo yan, depende yan sa economy natin, no? And world economy. And as time passes by, it will somehow diminish, no? Or magde-decline ng ating supply from world market. So as a rule, dapat mabalance natin yung supply and then yung demand, no? Para hindi taas baba yung presyo natin. And there is a basic question here where it says, where could we get energy in the future, no? Sa ngayon, hindi pa natin masyado pinaproblema, but in the future, probably 20 to 30 years from now, if conventional energy price becomes too expensive for us. So this will be the basic question for all of us. Saan tayo kukuha ng energy kapag yung coal, yung oil, or yung gas-fired boilers or transportation natin ay masyado ng mahal, no? Para sa atin lahat, lalo na ang Pilipinas kasi nasa ano lang tayo, middle economy lang tayo, no? Hindi naman tayo sobrang taas yung economy natin, and it would be pricey for us Pinoy, no? Kung bibili tayo ng gasolina or fossil fuels to fire our electricity or even our automobiles, no? So that's the basic question. Now, i-check naman natin to. More than 1/3 of global electricity comes from low carbon sources, sabi dito, no? So low carbon sources, but a lot less of total energy does. So normally, no, yung electricity kasi natin as of now usually came from fossil fuels, no? So majority of the sources come from fossil fuels, so from coal and gas, and then meron ding share yung nuclear. We are talking about global. Some shared or meron ding share yung nuclear, and then yung hydropower, which is around 15.8%. And you know, several countries like China and of course United States and Europe are developing a lot of projects related with the renewable sources like wind energy, which is shared around 5.3%, solar, and other renewables. Yung tinatawag nating other renewables dito, ito yung mga geothermal, no, hydro energy, and even biomass. No? So as you could see, 63.3% no, shared fossil fuels. Tapos yung mga low carbon naman, almost 40%, which is mababa pa rin. No? And ito yung electricity only. No? But when we are talking about total energy, aside from electricity, kasama na rin dyan yung automobiles, no? Yung ships, and other energy-driven or transportation problems or transportation engines that requires of course, para mapatakbo natin yung planta. No? Majority, as you could see, 33.1 oil, coal 27%, and gas is 24.2%. So majority fossil fuels pa rin. No? Konti lang yung share ng ibang sources like hydropower, you have the wind, biofuel, nuclear, and so on and so forth. So more than of the 1/3 of global electricity comes from low carbon sources, but a lot less of total energy does come from other sources. So what else? What we are seeing here right now is the energy or electricity production from global. Let me check. Yeah, so global. And where does our electricity come from? So, other renewables, ito lang, no? Yung ating transient or yung threshold natin. And then, majority ng source natin nanggagaling sa fossil fuels pa rin. So, as you could see, as you could see, we have the coal, and then we also have the gas, and then we also have the oil. No? Yung share niya napakalaki kumpara dun sa ibang sources of energy natin. And itong data na to came from ourworldindata.org, ranging between 1985 up to 2019. No? So as time passes by, although nagdi-diminish yung sources of non-renewable energy natin, but still malaki pa rin yung shared ng fossil fuels. But as you notice, no, from 1985 up to 2019, lumalaki na rin yung share ng non-renewable energy source natin, or renewable energy source natin, should I say. So we are hoping that from 2019 up to, let's say, 2030, no, palaki yung source ng energy natin from renewable sources, and then yung fossil fuels naman natin ay palit yung kanyang source of supply, no? Or source of usage as time passes by. And then what else? All right, so let me check. Ito naman yung sa share of in terms of graphical data, no? You could see that the share of coal, ayan, sobrang laki, no? Malaki yung gap niya kumpara dun sa other sources of energy natin. In fact, in 2000, which is almost around sabihin natin mga 20%, no? Yung gap niya between other sources of energy, like the nuclear, we have the solar, we also have the gas. And as you notice, no, yung top 2 sources of energy natin sa graph ay coal at saka gas pa rin. No? Yung mga renewable source natin like wind, we also have the solar. No? But as time passes by, nag-increase pa rin siya exponentially. Pero as of the moment, malaki yung gap niya, no? Between the 2 fossil fuels. Of course, hydropower is coming up with coal and gas, but as you notice, no, from 1985 up to 2019, yung kanyang graphical is hindi siya increasing but rather steadily, almost steady lang siya, no, from 1985 to 2019. Unlike yung 2 sources of 2 emerging sources of energy natin like wind and solar, So from 2010 up to 2019, dahan-dahan tumataas siya. No? Ayan. But still, malaki pa rin yung gap niya kumpara dun sa fossil fuels. And kung i-check naman natin yung usage ng nuclear energy, ayan, pababa na rin siya, no? Because of the adverse effect and some safety problems related with the nuclear energy. All right. What else? Okay, so energy achieved by energy achieved global. So summarize lang natin ng konti. 30%, 36% coal, 24% gas, and then 16% hydro energy. Then 10% ay shared ng nuclear energy, no? And then 3% oil. Tapos yung combination ng mga renewable energy like solar, wind, biomass, geothermal, and so on and so forth, no? Lahat yan, pag kinombine natin yan, pumapalo lang siya ng around 11%. No? And doon naman sa case ng 11%. No? So, the energy spawned by fossil fuels, combine natin yan. No? When we are talking about fossil fuels, that would be coal, gas, and oil. It has around 63% of the broad share. Sobrang laki, no? Almost 70%, no? 63%, no? And the rest, combination of nuclear, renewable, hydro, geothermal, almost 40%. Majority pa rin ay sinusuplayan tayo ng non-renewable energy source. So, ibig sabihin, between 1980s up to 2021, we are still dependent with coal, we are still dependent with gas, as well as oil. Alright? So, importante na maintindihan natin to kasi kahit na mag-shift tayo sa renewable energy, still, nakadepende pa rin tayo sa, at present, nakadepende pa rin tayo sa non-renewable energy source. 60% global to, when we are talking about global share. So, electricity production by, I could not see. I think this is China, tama ba? Hindi ko makita itong ano ko. Minimize. Anyway, so as you could see, 4,000 terawatt hour, no? So 4,000 terawatt hour, ito yung maximal natin. Ito yung global na. Ito yung total share, no? Yung 4,000 terawatt hour. And between 1985 up to 2019, ayan, pataas yung ano natin, yung electricity production. Well, of course, understandable naman yan kasi tumataas yung population natin. No? So, between 1985 up to 2019, kung napapansin mo, no? Malaki yung share ng oil, gas, tsaka coal. No? And then, although humahabol na rin yung share ng nuclear, hydro, but still yung renewable source, other renewable source like geothermal and so on and so forth, solar and wind, kukunti pa rin yung kanyang porsyento. No? And if we check yung Excel data, ayan, so the coal, ayan, as time passes by, this is a good indication na bumababa na yung gamit ng coal, but still nakadepende pa rin sa gas. Tapos yung nuclear, wala namang tinatayong bagong nuclear, no? Kaya steady pa rin siya. But ayan, steady pa rin siya, which is around 20%. And from 2005 up to 2019, ayan, tumataas na yung share ng wind energy as well as hydro, all together with the solar energy. It is a good indication na yung oil, kasi malakas magana to magbuga ng maitim na usok tong oil na to, no? Ay mababa pa rin yung kanyang share. And what else? Electricity production by This is China, right? Hindi ko kasi makita. How can I... All right, so 7,000 terawatt hour. Escape ko lang 7,000 terawatt hour. And majority of share is still coal. And then meron tayong nuclear. We also have the oil. And then we also have the gas. Ayan, so malaki yung share, no? Which is around 5,000 terawatt hour. Tapos yung renewable source naman, mababa lang yung share. Wind and solar and other renewable energy. But luckily, tumataas na rin yung share ng hydropower. But as you could see, no, between 1985 up to 2005, no, kung i-check natin yung data, between 1985 up to 2005, puro ano lang tayo, puro coal ang source of energy. And then yung share ng renewable nag-start lang in 2010, no? Ayan, bago lang siya nag-start 2010 itong mga renewable source, but 2010 up to 2019, ayan, kahit papaano tumataas na rin yung kanyang share, no? But from 1985 up to 2019, still the majority of source comes from coal, largely dependent on coal, no? Tapos kung i-check naman natin yung Excel file, no? Ayan, napakalaki ng gap ng coal between other sources of energy. Even yung second source of energy is yung hydropower. Ayan, napakalaki ng gap. Largely dependent pa rin sila sa coal. And then yung other renewable sources like solar, wind, of course may nuclear din sila. Ayan, kokonti, no? Which is around, sabihin natin, 5 up to 7%. Konti yung kanilang share. And still, majority ng kanilang share of energy nanggagaling sa coal and hydro power. Now, sa case naman ng Taiwan, this is Taiwan, right? So, 250 terawatt hour. Yan, malakas din sila mag-consume ng energy. 250 terawatt hour. Ang lit nila. Sabi nga nila, mas malaki pa yung Luzon kumpara sa Taiwan. No? And gas, and then we also have the oil, and then coal. Ayan, majority nakadepende pa rin sa fossil fuels. No? And then kailan lang sila nag-start for renewable energy? Sabihin natin nung 2005. Kasi kukunti yung share ng renewable energy dito. So between 2005 up to 2019, naglag behind dito ng konti. No? But as time passes by, tumataas na rin yung share ng other renewable sources. And in here, Taiwan have a 4 nuclear. No? Meron silang 3 sa north and then isa sa south sa Taiwan. Solar, kukunti lang yung solar kumpara sa Pilipinas, no? Mas kukunti yung kanilang solar power plant. Kasi maliit lang ang Taiwan. Hindi, ang solar kasi malakas sa magana yan. How do I say? Kumuha ng lupa, no? Lalo na kung magtatayo ka ng solar farm. Talagang kukuha ng malaking lupa yan. And ang Taiwan kasi, since mahal ang lupa sa Taiwan, no? Hindi ka basta-basta pwede magpatayo ng solar farm doon. And they are considering yung offshore solar. No? Itatayo nila yung solar doon sa gitna ng dagat. So, nuclear, fossil fuels, oil, gas, and coal, and other renewables. So as you could see, mataas yung appetite nila when it comes to energy, which is around 250 terawatt hour. Alright, so what else? Ayan, so ito yun naman yung Excel file. Ayan, so coal, gas, Ito na yung bagong data, 2019. So coal and gas, they are considered as fossil fuels, no? And then other source of energy shared by nuclear. And then maliit lang yung porsyento ng ano nila, ng other source of energy like the solar, other renewables, hydropower, and then they also have the wind energy. Sa case naman ng Pilipinas, no? Is this correct? Sa case ba ito ng Philippines? Double check ko lang. Hindi ko kasi makita. Okay, so electricity production by source in the case of Philippines, no? As we could see, ayan. So as we could see, ano ba yung source of energy natin, no, sa Pilipinas? Well, i-check natin yung data, no? So kung napapansin natin, tayo sa case ng Pilipinas ay nakadepende sa fossil fuels, no? Kung napapansin mo, oil, gas, and coal as of 2019, largely dependent ang Pilipinas sa fossil fuels. Tapos, nuclear, actually, meron tayong nag-iisang nuclear. Pwede siya mapatakbo, but it is not operational. No? And ang Pilipinas ay mayaman sa hydropower. No? Of course, alam natin yan. We have the Magat Dam, we have the Ipo Dam. Marami tayong dam sa Pilipinas, no? Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. And yung start ng renewable source natin like solar and wind. No? I'm talking about solar and wind. Nag-generate lang siya, bago lang. No? Sabihin natin na sa 2014. Kasi way back 2014 below, mahal kasi yung solar panel dati. I think ang isang module ng solar PV dati is pumapalo ng around 20 to 30,000 isang module lang, no? But as time passes by, no? So ngayon, ang solar PV natin makakabili ka na ng around 4,000 up to 6,000 isang module. Ngayon, kung gusto mo ng mas mura-mura, you could shift to polycrystalline. No? Mas mahal kasi yung monocrystalline kasi mas mataas yung kanyang efficiency. And marami na rin pinapatay yung projects na solar and wind sa buong Pilipinas. No? And a lot of electrical and electronics engineers are also active, especially with solar energy. No? Marami ng mga papatayong company na related sa renewable energy, especially with solar. Okay? When we are talking about other renewables, ito naman yung geothermal. Ano pa? I think we also have biomass power plant. And other considered as renewables. So, in compare with Taiwan, mas mababa yung appetite natin sa energy, 100 terawatt hour. Way back 2000, mababa yung consumption natin ng energy, which is around 40 terawatt hour. But of course, 2000 up to 2019, no? Almost 20 years, tumataas yung natin, appetite ng energy. And kailangan na natin ng other source of energy. No? Huwag lang tayong mag-dependent sa fossil fuels. But we need to use other source of energy, especially renewable energy. And in terms of Excel file, ayan. So, ayan, may steady yung code, pataas. Ito yung natin, yung coal natin. No? Naka-highly dependent tayo sa coal, yung mga power plants natin. And some other are gas. And if you could see, no, yung gap between the coal and then the other source of energy, like the hydro, the solar, wind, ang laki ng gap eh. Almost 40% na yung gap niya. No? So ibig sabihin, kung hindi tumatakbo yung coal power plant natin, wala na, patay na tayo. No? Wala na tayong other source of energy. Hindi kakayanin ng gas. No? rin kakayanin ng hydropower, solar, wind lang. Kailangan may share si coal para steady yung production ng energy natin sa buong Pilipinas. Ayan. So, ito naman yung share between renewables and nuclear. Yung nuclear steady kasi way back 1986 yata yung ginawa, 1985. Sabi ng mga scientists, pwede pa yan, pwede pa patakbuhin yan. Yun nga lang, may ano yan, may political ano kasi yan. Kaya until now, hindi pa siya mapatakbo. But I just recently heard the news na it was assessed by Russian scientists, I think, na sila magpa-fund, something like that. And kaya nila patakbuhin yung Bataan Nuclear Power Plant. As good as new. No? Kung hindi nga lang nagka-COVID, baka ngayon tumatakbo na yan. But because of COVID, yung budget natin nag-shift na sa pandemic. Majority. Okay? Alright, so renewables includes hydropower, biomass, wind, solar, geothermal, and marine production as well. And renewable does not include the nuclear and other traditional biomass. Alright. So, ito naman yung share of, let me read, hindi kasi makita eh. Top consumers of energy, okay? These are the list of top consumers of energy. So as you could see, as of 2018 to, 2019, nakuha ko tong data sa Wikipedia. No? So as of 2019, ayan, ang pinaka-top notcher natin sa pag-consume ng energy is China. No? Kung i-check mo yung gap between China and United States, napakalaki. Electricity consumption ng China, almost 50% sa electricity consumption ng United States. No? And yung population ng China is around, as of 2018, 1.4 billion. And then yung population naman ng United States is around 328 million. No? Malaki rin ang gap ng populations. And of course, in principle, kapag mas malaki yung population ng yung country, i-expect na natin na mas malaki yung pag-consume nila ng energy. Okay? And yung third place is India. They also have the Russia, Japan, and so on and so forth. And as you could see sa list, no, yung Taiwan, napakaliit na country. Pero kung ito-double check natin, ayan, malakas din sila mag-consume ng energy. No? Top consumer of energy, nasaan sila? Top 15. Tapos, if you ask me, sir, nasaan ba yung category ng Pilipinas? Pang ilan ba tayo when it comes to rank of consumption of energy? Well, ang sabi sa data, pang 33 tayo. 33. Ayan. So, yung population natin is around 108 million. Yeah. Yeah. So, 2019 estimate. So, these are the lists. I just took this from Wikipedia. So, some note. I-summarize lang natin ng konti. No? So, sabi, China, within a population of around 1.4 billion, no? 18% from 7.8 billion world population, they are sharing around 18%, no? Almost 20% sa 7.8 billion. China ang number one. They are credited with 30.88% of world energy consumption. Why is that? Ba't malakas sila mag-consume ng energy? The main reason for that is the brisk industrialization. So, from lahat ng sector yan, from industry, what else? Energy, transportation, textiles, lahat na ng klase ng manufacturing nasa China na. No? So, malakas sila gumamit ng energy. Followed by United States of America, na meron silang 328.2 million of population. And kung i-check natin sa data, no, they are credited with 4.21% of 7.8 billion world population. When it comes to energy naman, they are credited with 18% of world energy consumption. How about sa case ng Taiwan? Yung Taiwan, benchmark ko na sa atin, no? Kasi malapit lang sa atin ang Taiwan. Ayan, so 23.77 million, they are credited with 0.3% from 7.8 billion of world population. And therefore, they are credited with the 1.01% of world energy consumption. Yan, napakaliit na country pero malakas din sila gumamit ng energy, no? And paano naman yung sa case ng Pilipinas? Ayan, sa case ng Pilipinas, we have 108.11 million, should I say, population, credited with around 1.38% from 7.8 billion world population. Tapos yung when it comes to pag-consume natin sa energy, no? World energy consumption, gamit lang natin sa around 0.4%. Sa case naman kasi ng Japan, no, the Japan reckons on imported energy due to finite resources. No? Yung mga fossil fuels nila like coal, oil, and other. No? Oftentimes, they are imported. No? What's the reason for doing so? Because they have finite resources. Kukunti lang yung resources nila when it comes to energy. And based on the data, no, I would like to take note that China predominantly lean on coal. All right. I would like to state this once again. No? China predominantly lean on coal. So alam natin yung ibig sabihin niyan. Kung naka-lean tayo sa coal, then of course, mag-expect na tayo ng mga adverse effect ng environment natin. Okay? All right. So those are some important notes that I would like to share it with you, engineers. Okay, what's this one? Let me just check. No? Kasi makita eh. Why is that? So yung next slide ko naman is all about the electricity production from fossil fuels, nuclear, and renewables. No? World data. So by checking ayan, almost sabihin natin 65% no, do rely on fossil fuels, coal, oil, and gas. And sa case ng buong mundo, of course, meron ding share yung nuclear energy. And then from 1985 up to 2019, ang share ng renewable, ayan, tumataas na siya ng konti, no? From 20% to 22 up to 23%. No? But still, this is a very bad news kasi naka-rely pa rin tayo sa fossil fuels. No? And then the other one, yeah. So this data shows the share of electricity production from fossil fuels, no? 2019. And as we could see, yung mas malaki yung, ayan, from 80% up to 100%, ito yung mga brown. No? So ito yung mga country na to, largely dependent on fossil fuels. Yan. No? And of course, this one, Middle East. And itong country na to, no? Largely dependent on fossil fuels. And then 60% up to 80% naman, ayan, nakadepende sa fossil fuels, kasama ni Pilipinas, no? 60 to 80%. We also have the Australia, some part of Russia, actually buong Russia, no? As well as China, no? And United States and South America are also heavily relied, no? 60 to 80% of fossil fuels. Ayan, so ito naman, share of electricity production when it comes to, let me just check, no? To coal, no? So pagdating naman sa coal, ano yung nagna-number 1? Ayan. I think I forgot what country is this one, but ayan, between let's just say 60 to 80%, ayan, malaki yung share ng land na to, no? And even ang Philippines, sabihin na natin nasa ano tayo, 40 to 60%. But in compare with Philippines and other country, kung 40% tayo, no? Tapos yung ibang country naman nasa 60 to 80%, edi wala pa rin. Mas malaki pa rin yung share ng fossil fuels, no? Or ng coal. Tapos other countries like I forgot which country is this one. They are around 5 to 10%, or let's just say 5 to 20%. No? And the majority of the country from different parts of the world are still relying 60 up to 100% of coal. So ito naman ay data that shows the share of electricity production from gas. No? So when it comes to gas, ano ba yung the number one? 50 up to greater than 60%. This one is some part in United States, I think. Is this in Europe? And ang Philippines ay nasa around 20 to 30%. Tapos I think this is Thailand. Yeah, 50 to greater than 60%. Japan, nasa ano siya, no? 40 to between 40 to 50%, and as well as South Korea and Taiwan, no? Between around 40 to 50%. So ito yung kanilang share of electricity production by means of gas. Then ano naman to? Share of electricity production when it comes to nuclear, no? Ito, maganda mapag-usapan itong nuclear. Mamaya, i-discuss ko ng detail yan. No? So, when it comes to nuclear, ayan, yung green, 15%. Ito, no? We have the China, I think Russia, yeah, Japan, they also have some nuclears. Tapos, Philippines, no, Philippines is under color pink. No? Kaya ano tayo, no nuclear. Meron tayong isang nuclear pero it is not operation. It is not in operation, so no nuclear. Ayan, itong mga countries na to, mga walang nuclear yan. No? Yung mga green, ayan, gumagamit sila ng nuclear. Ito naman, I think this is South Korea. South Korea is relying on nuclear. No? Sabihin natin nasa around 40 to 50%. Ayan. Ang North Korea naman, it just so happen na yung North Korea, they have some nuclear pero iba naman yung gamit. No? Instead sa energy, ginagamit sa nuclear weapon. And that is not good. No? So dapat yung nuclear energy ng North Korea ginagamit sa ano, sa production of electricity, hindi sa weapon. Okay? And what else? Okay, so this one shows the data for, let me just check. Yan. Share of electricity production from renewables. No? So when it comes to renewable naman, ano naman yung mga share? Like solar, we have the wind, biomass, waste, geothermal, and so on and so forth. So sa case ng Pilipinas, no, nasa ano tayo, 20 to 40%. No? And yung case ng China, 20 to 40% pa lang. Although maraming project ang ano ngayon, China when it comes to renewables, especially solar and wind. Tapos, ito Europe to eh. I forgot which part of Europe. Which part of Europe is that? Magandang ano yan, balita kasi they are right now 80 to 100, almost 80 to 100% naka-heavily rely on renewables. And itong mga color pink naman, ayan, itong mga country na to, mga color pink, ibig sabihin yan, ang gamit nila sa renewable is around 0 up to 20%. Okay? So sa karatig na bansa natin, like Indonesia, of course, Indonesia, we have the Malaysia, even Singapore. Ang maximum na gamit nila is around 20%. Sa case kasi ng Pilipinas, marami tayong source of renewable energy, no? Especially yung hydropower. No? Nabanggit ko nga kanina yung tungkol sa Ipo Dam, ang Gat Dam, and Magat Dam. No? Sa Visayas and Mindanao, meron din. So part din siya ng renewable energy source. Tapos ang Pilipinas, mayaman din sa geothermal power plant. No? Marami tayong geothermal power plant sa Pilipinas. No? Normally, pinapatay yan malapit sa bulkan. Meron tayo dyan sa, I think, malapit dyan sa may Mayon volcano. And then we also have here in Laguna or Batangas, I think. I forget. But if we try to combine them, hydropower, we also have the solar, wind, biomass, geothermal, and so on and so forth. Pumapalo tayo between 20 up to 40%. And this is a very good news. Updated tong data na to, 2021. No? So therefore, we are hoping that between 2021 up to 2030, no? Up to sabihin natin mga 2040, no? Mag-increase yung gamit natin sa renewable energy source. No? So sabihin natin from 20 to 40%, hopefully mag-increase up to 60%. Okay? So sana damihan natin yung mga projects, especially government projects related with the renewable energy source. Okay, so let's move. Okay, ano naman to? This data shows the share of electricity production from hydropower. 2019. Ayan. Ang Pilipinas, nasa 20 to 40%. Ang malakas gumamit ng hydropower, ito North Korea, tapos itong, I forget which country is this one, and this also, which is around 80 up to 100%. No? Good news yan. Kasi they are heavily relying on renewable source like hydropower. And then from 20 up to 40%, almost other parts of the world. No? Like Japan, like Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia. Indonesia, Malaysia, we have the South Africa, China, and also have the Russia. Ang share niya is around 20 to 40%. Although marami pa namang dyan, mga falls, no? And rivers na pwedeng gawin na hydropower, source of energy. But the problem is kukunti lang yung mga government projects related with hydropower kasi mababa 20 to 40%. Hopefully in the future madagdagan pa. So itong data naman na to, it shows the share of electricity production from solar energy. Yan. Maganda mapag-usapan tong solar. And when it comes to solar energy, nasaan ba nakapwesto ang Pilipinas? Ayan, nasa tayo? 1 to 2%. Mababa, no? Kumpara naman sa case ng Japan, no? Ayan, nasa greater than sila? Between 4 or greater than 5%. And sa case naman ng China, and also with China and some other parts of the country, halo-halo na. Nasa siya? 3 up to 4%. Other parts of the world, nasa between 0 up to 1%. Like this country, and we also have Russia kasi malamig Bihira lang yung tag-init sa Russia. Ang magandang investment ng solar is malapit sa equator dapat. No? Like, nandito kasi yung equator natin sa around Singapore. Kaya nga sinasabi ng mga solar energy o solar engineers, dapat yung face ng solar panels natin ay naka-south, no? Kasi nandito yung equator natin Hindi ka pwede mag-tilt ng solar PV sa north, dapat pa south. So dito maganda mag-invest ng solar. Itong area, itong part naman na to ng mundo, no? Like kasama na dito yung Pilipinas and even Taiwan and some part of China as well. What else? Ito naman yung share of electricity production from, let me just check, from wind energy. No? I would like to complete this detail, this data, so that you may know what is the status of different renewable and non-renewable energy source sa different countries. No? Now, when it comes to the case of Philippines, may mga ilang wind energy projects tayo, especially sa Ilocos, no? And Guimaras as well. And the AC Energy, spearheaded by Ayala Corporation, no? Marami silang mga future projects related sa wind energy. Of course, China, papasok na rin ang China between around 10 to 20%. Japan, nasa ano siya, almost 5%. And other parts of the world, like this part, and yeah, South Africa, I think. And yung mga karatig bansa natin, no, mababa lang yung consumption nila sa wind energy, which is around 1 up to 5%. No? Ang Pilipinas nasa 5 to 10%. No? Ayan. So ito yung graphical data that I am about to show you. And then, what else? Okay. So what does this one show? Deficiency trajectory prognosis. Ano ba tong data na to? No? D-red, itong pula na to, it shows the world energy consumption. No? Ito yung consumption ng buong mundo when it comes to energy. So from 1900 up to 2275, siguro wala na tayo niyan. Kasi nasana tayo 2021. No? So nandito tayo. Ito yung present. No? So sa case natin, nasa almost peak na tayo ng energy. Ng alin? Ng coal, ng crude oil, ng natural gas, ng fossil fuels. No? And as you could see, fellow engineers, between 1950 up to 2175, or let's just say 2200, almost diminished na yung source of fossil fuels natin. So ibig sabihin yan, yung mga apo ng apo natin, no? Paano ba? Apo ng apo ng apo natin. Hindi na sila makakaabot ng fossil fuels kasi wala na diminish na gamit na sa buong mundo yung fossil fuels. And hindi siya proportion doon sa sa world energy consumption kasi as time passes by, no? As time passes by, mas lalong tumataas yung gamit natin sa sa energy. Mas kasi dumadami yung population natin, marami tayong pinapatay yung infrastructures and mga projects, mga power plants, and mga factories. Talagang gagamit ng yan, ng mga energy. No? But this is the main problem right now. Kung wala na tayong fossil fuels para i-compensate yung energy natin, then saan tayo magre-rely ng energy ngayon? So dapat ang world government, United States, China, even Philippines, between 2021 up to 2,300, makagawa na ng paraan kung saan tayo pwede kumuha ng ibang source of energy natin para ma-compensate natin yung appetite natin when it comes to energy. Ayan. So, deficiency trajectory prognosis. No? Ito yung mas clearer view. So, nasaan tayo? Nandito tayo. No? 2021, nandito tayo. So, maganda pa yung natin, source of energy natin. No? But between 2020, 2025 up to 2,300, ayan, puro pababa na. Kasi maraming maraming gumagamit ng energy. Tumataas yung appetite ng energy ng tao. Kaya, of course, hukay ng kuha ng fossil fuels, at talagang magdi-diminish yung source of natin ng fossil fuels. No? So as you could see, I'm pretty sure wala na tayong lahat dito, 2,200. 2275, wala na tayong lahat dyan. And yan na, ito na yung tinatawag nating energy crisis. And I don't know kung ano na mangyayari sa mundo kapag nagkaroon tayo ng energy crisis. It may possibly spark or it may possibly start with war. No? What else? Okay, so meron akong dalawang questions dito. Dependency on fossil fuels. Ano bang gagawin natin? Should we use our own resources first so we can be a tolerance on other nations? Ano bang gagawin natin? Unahin muna natin yung mga fossil fuels natin, lahat ng resources natin, para in the future, we are at the tolerance of other nations. No? Ibig sabihin yan, yung mga resources natin, mag-export pa rin tayo na mag-export. Tulungan natin yung ibang country. And then, pag tayo naman nangailangan, tutulungan din nila tayo. Yan ang ibig sabihin niya. No? Or, ito yung second question. Should we save our resources first for rough season soon? Ano bang gagawin natin? I-save muna ba natin yung resources natin? Gumamit muna tayo ng imported resources para pag nagkaroon ng crisis sa future, at least meron tayong reserba. Pero sa una, sabi niya, should we use our own resources first? Para in the future, tulungan tayo ng ibang nation kasi tinulungan natin sila. So these are two basic questions, philosophy questions. So I will leave the answers to you, okay? All right. Ito, pag-usapan natin to. Yung mga nakuha ko sa research. So, unahin natin. Coal resources will peak. Sabi sa data, no? Around 2068 up to 2072. Ibig sabihin, nasa peak na tayo ng coal resources natin. Nandito na tayo sa pinakatuktok. And may last up to 229 years. Ibig sabihin, from ito yung peak hanggang pababa, kaya pa niyang isupply up to 229 years. So sabihin natin, from 2072 up to 2250, kaya pang isupply yung coal. No? Ayan. Second, gas and oil resources are receding. No? Itong gas and oil, mas mauna silang mawala kumpara sa coal. No? Hindi nakakayanin ng 229 years yung gas and oil. Siguro mga nasa 100 plus years na lang yan. Pero yung coal kaya pa, 230 years. Depende pa yan. Kasi projection lang naman yan. Depende pa yan sa gamit ng tao. Kung yung projection is 229, pero yung actual is around nasa 200 years, mas napaikli. No? And ito yung main problem natin. No? Since pababa na yung mga resources natin, kailangan meron na tayong extra consideration for renewable energy. Extra consideration means active. Dapat marami kang mga active projects related sa renewable energy. Yeah. So yung China, even Germany, and other parts of Europe are doing a lot of projects with renewable energy, especially sa Asia. No? Even Philippines naman, no? Marami tayong mga projects related sa renewable energy, and by doing so, we could possibly compensate the extra losses that we'll be having in the future. And other things is that yung Arctic daw, no? Arctic North at saka yung Antarctic South, they are believed to be colossal in oil and gas reserves. Sa ngayon kasi, marami pang ice dyan. Yung Arctic at saka yung Antarctic. No? But kapag tumama na matindi yung global warming, alam naman natin, as time passes by, and then decrease na yung iceberg dyan, no, sa North and South Pole. And therefore, sabi ng mga climate scientists, ayan, pwede tayong mag-dig ng oil dyan, tsaka gas. Ilang barrels yan. 500 billion barrels. Marami tayong makukuha dyan. Ang problema ngayon, sinong pwedeng magkukay? Is it America, China, Russia? May ano pa yun, political rift. No? Now, when it comes to nuclear energy is actually a good alternative energy source. No? Some disadvantage or some demerits of this was, first of all, it's expensive to build. No? Gagawa ka ng isang power plant, halos katumbas ng 2 hydropower. No? Mahal develop ng nuclear energy power plant. Tapos, meron din siyang safety controversy. No? Especially yung, mamaya, i-discuss ko yung tungkol sa safety controversy. Of course, waste disposal problem. Kasi yung yung waste disposal ng nuclear, hindi mo siya basta-basta pwede itapon na kung saan-saan. Meron siyang dapat mapanlagyan. No? Like, pwede kang magukay sa ilalim ng, pwede mong ukayin yung bundok, doon mo ilagay yung mga waste disposal. Or sabi rin ng isang scientist, ilagay mo siya sa drum, tapos ilubog mo siya sa sa Marianas Trench daw. No? Doon ka raw pwede mag-dispose ng waste ng nuclear. No? Now, when it comes to safety controversy, sige, ito muna. Nuclear energies requires large area construction. Requires large area, and then construction is highly expensive. Ito nasabi ko na kanina. No? Tapos, transportation of radioactive materials for nuclear energy remains a challenge. Of course, ano kasi yan? Uranium, iba naman, plutonium. No? It requires a special handling and even safety handling. Hindi lang to mga engineer, dapat mga highly trained engineer, nuclear engineers, no? Para makapag-transport ka ng radioactive material. And challenge din dyan is that pwedeng ma-hijack. No? Pag hinijack nila yung mga radioactive material niyan, gagamitin for terrorism and so on and so forth. Mas mas delikado. Other things, accidental leak of detrimental radiations. Itong mga accidental, oftentimes mga human errors yan. No? Yung mga engineers na, of course, because of the daily routine, inaantok-antok na rin, no? Hanggang sa nagkaroon ng aksidente doon sa power plant. And of course, kung meron kang ingredients to develop nuclear energy, it may also serve as a major menace to initiate a nuclear weapon. May away nga dyan yung Middle East, even sa time ni Saddam Hussein. Way back, I think, 2001, 1999. Ang sabi ng ng Iraq, kasi marami silang supply ng ng uranium at that time. No? Ngayon, nagsususpecha yung mga Amerikano, marami supply ng uranium, saan yung gagamitin yan? Sabi naman ng mga Iraqi, hindi, gagamitin lang namin yan sa nuclear energy. Kasi magpapatayo pa kami ng ibang power plant. Suspecha naman ng mga Amerikano, hindi, gamitin yan sa nuclear weapon. Kaya, ayun, nagkaroon ng some sort of misunderstanding. To the point na nagkaroon na ng war. Ngayon, ang threat naman ngayon when it comes to nuclear weapon is North Korea, no? As well as Iran. Even yung Iran, nagkakaroon din siya ng threat for nuclear weapons. Ganito yung principle nyo. If you have a power plant and then yung terrorism, kasi itong mga terrorism, rin ito marami mga pinag-iisip na kung ano-ano. Kaya possible na yung mga power plant, papagsakan yung aeroplano, sumabog yan. Karoon pa ng yan. Karoon pa ng problema doon sa area na yan. Okay? So, ito, yung mga safety precautions when it comes to nuclear. But if you ask me, of course, gusto ko yan, nuclear power plant. Kasi yan makakatulong yan para sa electrical grid natin. Lalo na ngayon sa case ng Metro Manila or even in the case of Philippines. kumukulang yung supply natin sa electrical grid. Kaya hopefully, I'm pretty hopeful na sana mapatakbo natin yung Bataan Nuclear Power Plant. Okay? Itong mga disadvantage naman, pwede naman nating gawan ng study and gawan ng paraan para mabawasan yung mga safety issue at even yung mga political issue. Marami naman tayong pwedeng gawa na paraan. Okay? Lahat ng paraan nagagawa ng engineer. Okay, so I would just like to highlight some disaster when it comes to nuclear. Yung pinakauna is yung 3 Miles Island, which was dated way back March 28, 1979. So between 1979 up to 1986, followed by Chernobyl. Itong Chernobyl yung pinakagrabe. Talagang sumabog yung power plant. Until now, ramdam pa rin yung effect ng Chernobyl. And just recently sa Japan, yung disaster for Fukushima, Daiichi. Although nagawa naman ito ng paraan. Nung nagkaroon ng problema to, ang sabi dun sa article na nabasa ko, wala naman namatay. Wala naman namatay. It's just so happen yung after effect. Doon lang nagkaroon ng doon lang may mga namatay, no? Because yung after effect kasi radiation yan eh. Yung iba nagka-cancer, yung iba of course lahat ng effect ng radiation naramdaman during those times. So, i-check natin yung mga graphical representations. Ayan, so this is the Chernobyl nuclear accident. Ito yung actual picture. Ayan. Tapos, ito naman yung Fukushima nuclear accident, 2011. Ayan. And then, ayan. Lahat nung malapit dun sa area sa Fukushima, no? Of course, may may corresponding radius yan. Ginawa ng ng medical attention, no? Kahit na nasa safe area ka ng Fukushima power plant, still they need to intervene some medical actions if you have been contacted with or contracted with the radiations, no? Kasi lumipad sa hangin eh. Pag lumipad sa hangin, pwedeng kumalat, no? Alright. So, pag-usapan naman natin yung tungkol sa environment contaminations. We already have talked some data about energy, no? Other countries are using non-renewable energy source, ilan yung porsyento ng gamit nila, and so on and so forth. I was able to show you some complete data, no? Now that we have those data, ano naman yung mga possible effect or adverse effect sa environment natin because of these fossil fuels or because of these non-renewable sources. Alright, so when it comes to renewable energy, alam na natin to. We have the wind, we have the geothermal, we have the biomass, we have the solar. Tsaka yung mga non-renewable energy natin, ito, we have the fossil fuels, we have the coal, we have natural gas, and so on and so forth. For the sake of discussion lang, no? Pag sinabi kasi nating non-renewable energy, meron siyang waste. Okay? Pag ginamit mo yung energy source, at the end of the day, meron kang madedevelop na waste. Si coal, may waste yan. Ito, si coal. Ano ba yung waste yan, sir? Yung air pollution, waste yan. Even oil. Itong si nuclear, may radiation waste yan. No? May safety issue pa nga yung waste na ito eh. Tapos yung natural gas, lahat yan may waste. Kaya nga siya tinawag na non-renewable. Tapos isa pa, kapag nagamit mo na yung source niya, hindi mo na siya pwede ulit gamitin. Kaya nga siya tinawag na non-sustainable. Ibig sabihin, pag ginamit mo na yung oil, hindi mo na pwede ma-recycle. Pag ginamit mo na yung coal, hindi mo na pwede ma-recycle kasi ginamit mo na siya. Unlike dun sa renewable, like wind, solar, geothermal, water, and so on and so forth, pwede pa siyang ma-recycle. Itong solar, walang problema kasi Monday to Sunday, habang nandyan yung araw, pwede pa natin siya ma-recycle, pwede pa natin siya magamit. No? Even wind, yung wind, pabalik-balik lang naman yan. Kaya iikot yung propeller natin. And ang kagandahan din sa renewable energy source natin, wala siyang pinoproduce na waste. Okay? Wala siyang pinoproduce na adverse effect na waste, which is good with our environment. Kaya nga halos lahat ng country nagsiship dito sa renewable energy. Kasi maganda yung mga advantages ng renewable in compare with non-renewable. It's just so happen nga lang, no? When it comes to renewable, yung availability at saka yung intermittency yung problem dito. Like yung solar, wala namang solar sa gabi. Hindi naman, ngayon, kung walang solar sa gabi, sinong magsusupply ng kuryente? Itong si wind naman, may mga buwan or may mga araw naman na mababa yung takbo ng hangin or wind velocity. Paano na kung mababa? Hindi na magandang yan. Hindi na magandang major source of energy. But geothermal is good. Itong geothermal, okay yan. Sustainable. Kayang-kaya yung supply 24/7. Yun nga lang, hindi lahat ng parte mapatayo natin ng geothermal. Piling-piling area lang yan. Itong hydro, ganun din. No? Piling-piling area lang din yan. Hanggat may ilog, hanggat may falls, pwede ka maglagay ng hydropower. Pero pagdating sa city, wala. That's impossible. Only the solar and wind could take over when it comes to those. All right. Okay, so energy source category. Yeah, so we have here the conventional. We have the coal, oil, gas, nuclear fission. Okay ba kasi yan? Nuclear fission tsaka nuclear fusion. Yan, so we have the alternative, we have the geothermal, oil, tar sands, methane. Ito naman yung tinatawag natin mga biomass. No? Yeah, so wood, hydro, human, animal, wind, water, pumping, as they are considered as renewable but conventional. Sa alternative naman natin, ito yung mga modern ngayon. No? Solar, wind, biomass, even yung tinatawag nating wave energy, tide energy, ocean current. Ayan. Ito yung mga good alternative natin. Especially sa case ng Pilipinas kasi marami tayong ilog. Tsaka napapalibutan tayo ng dagat. No? So ito, magandang project to sa mga bata. Wave, tide, and ocean current. Mapag-generate tayo ng maraming energy. What's this one? So, fossil fuels will eventually be depleted. Okay, this is a fact. Cost increases for reaping strenuous resources. Kasi kung magdidig ka or huhukay ka sa ilalim ng lupa for fossil fuels, yung mga materials and even yung manpower, it will take a lot of resources and a lot of investment. No? Drilling for oil in thousands of meters. Umabot ng mga kilometro yun yung pagdig ng oil. Hindi ganun kadali. No? Tapos, kapag nakadig ka ng oil, no, ita-transport mo pa. So therefore, the transportation, tapos yung drilling ng oil, it adds to the overall price. It adds to the overall market price. Kaya nga taas baba yung natin, gasolina natin. Kasi nakadepende lang din yan sa sa maraming factors. No? Yan yung status ng ating fossil fuels. Tapos, yeah. So this is the coal. I think this is in China. I think. Or in Thailand. Tapos kung meron tayong coal, pag ginamit natin yan, ayan, po-produce tayo ng pollutions. No? Marami tayong pwede mapagmalan ng air pollution. Yung mga oil tanker, yung mga transportation ng oil tanker, pag nasunog yan or hinijack, pag sinunog mo yung oil dyan, talagang matinding yan. Air pollution yan. Yung mga gasoline stations, yung mga power plant, oil, fossil fuels, coal, pag nasunog lahat yan, it will generate a lot of air pollutions. Ayan. Ito naman sa case ng Industrial Revolution way back 18th century. Kasi nung 18th century, hindi pa masyado Hindi pa masyado pinag-uusapan yung tungkol sa environmental issue kasi ano nga yun eh, industrial revolution yun eh. Doon pala nag-umpisa yung locomotive, yung mga power plant, and so on and so forth. So, yung concern about air pollution, during those time, hindi pa masyado pinag-uusapan. What else? Okay, so what's this one? This data shows the increase in temperature for the past few years. For the past 400 years up to the present, and yung increase ng carbon dioxide, increase, decrease, no? Tsaka yung dust concentration for the past 400 years, no? Thousands of years ago. Itong mga to kasi, kasama na dito yung Industrial Revolution. No? Ilang years na yung nakaraan. Tapos yung ibang effect naman dito for increase and decrease of temperature, it is because of the natural phenomena. No? Kasi minsan may pagputok ng bulkan, ano pa ba? And other factors. No? We also hear here the almost sinusoidal-like of carbon dioxide at saka dust concentration and so on and so forth. Gusto ko lang ipakita sa inyo ito, no? Because this is relevant with our study or with our presentation. Ito maganda ito eh. Thousands of years before today, 0 up to 1950, ngayon, kung napapansin mo, no, yung increase ng carbon dioxide nag-umpisa lang lately, in last 50 years. Ito lang, 1950. No? So, 1950 up to current, wala na, steady na. But for the past 100 years or past almost 1,000 years, no, ganito yung status ng carbon dioxide natin sa atmosphere. Highest historical carbon dioxide level is within this year. Industrial Revolution. But in 1950, wala na, hindi na bumaba. Puro pataas na siya. No? Delikado to. Kasi pinag-uusapan dito ay carbon dioxide parts per million. So if you notice, we are almost 400 parts per million. No? Ito na yung current status natin. And what else? Ayan. So the Industrial Revolution starts. Ito na yung Industrial Revolution natin. So from 1750 up to 2000, ayan, puro pataas na siya. Hindi na siya nag-stabilize. Kasi from 1750 up to 1000 years, stable yung natin eh. Carbon dioxide concentration sa atmosphere. Ice age cycles, ayan, acceptable level pa siya. No? Pero nung nag-start na yung Industrial Revolution hanggang sa present, wala na. 400, hindi na bumaba actually. Puro pataas na siya. No? And this is a bad news. Kung pataas yan, it will give an adverse effect with our environment. What else? Okay, so I would like to give some note, fellow engineers. No? Ayan. First note was that the major root of environmental contamination are fossil fuels, oil, coal, and gas, which therefore cultivates pollutant gases. Yan. Kasi pag hinarness natin yan, oil, coal, and gas, ang production yan, pollutant gases. No? Although pa lang yan, power plant pa lang yung pinag-uusapan natin yan, hindi pa kasama yung automobile. Like yung mga diesel engine, gasoline engine. Of course, pag nag-burn kasi yan ng oil or even gas, it will produce pollutant gases. And kapag nalalanghap natin siya araw-araw, lalo na kapag nagko-commute tayo, pinaandar yung jeep, nagbuga ng maitim na usok, wala na. Kapag araw-araw mo siya nalalanghap during commute, it will give adverse effect on your health. Ang acid rain naman, for the sake of all the information, when we say acid rain, it is a rain mixed with air pollution. Okay? Meron tayong pollutant sa air. Ngayon, pag umulan, nagkumalo yung air pollution dun sa ulan, ang production niyan, acid rain. So, hindi magandang effect yan, yung acid rain yan. Kasi ayaw ng ano yan, mga halaman. No? Ayaw ng mga crops, agricultural crops, yung acid rain. And even sa ocean natin, kapag nag-acid rain sa ocean at saka seas, it will give an adverse effect with our coral reef. Pati yung mga ano pala, isda. Kasi pag ilang volume ng acid rain ang humalo sa dagat, it will give an adverse effect with our coral reef. Hindi maganda man yan. Balita. No? So, cornered solar heat to atmosphere is greenhouse effect. Ayan, yung solar heat hindi makalabas naka-corner lang sa atmosphere. Kaya ang production niya or it has been produced with the greenhouse effect, no? And ano ba yung main culprit sa greenhouse effect? Ito, ang main suspect natin is carbon dioxide. Yan ang pinaka-main culprit sa greenhouse effect. So, global warming, yan, kung nagkakaroon tayo ng greenhouse effect, no, engineers, then ang effect is global warming. Okay? Global warming is the ramification or is the effect of the greenhouse effect. Okay? So ano ba yung mga factors that contributes with global warming as well as with the greenhouse effect? Unang-una, overpopulation. Kapag tumataas yung population ng nation or ng mundo, talagang mag-generate tayo ng maraming greenhouse effect. Pangalawa, deforestation. Putol ng puno. Sila na nga yung tagasalo ng carbon dioxide. Puputulin pa natin. Livestock. Yung mga baka, baboy, pati mga manok. Methane kasi yan. No? Overfishing. It also contributes with the environmental degradation. Lahat yan. Overpopulation, deforestation, livestock, and so on and so forth. It will contributes or it will give summation to the so-called climate change. Okay? So ito yung gusto kong i-discuss sa inyo. Okay? Alright. What's this one? Let me just check. Hindi kasi makita. Alright, so this data shows the Philippines greenhouse gas emission by sector. Pag sinabing sector, ano yan? By different agencies. And percent of total emissions. This data was taken way back in 2012. Now, let us check. Ano ba yung mga contributions ng different sectors like manufacturing, constructions, what else? We have the so manufacturing, constructions. We also have the transportation, electricity, heat, even yung agriculture subsectors natin, no? Like crop residue, manure left on pastures, rice cultivation, and so on and so forth. Ayan. Tapos when it comes to energy, almost 54%, agriculture, 33%, industrial process, waste, land use chains, and forestry, which also contributes. What else? Ito. So itong pie chart naman, it describes the global greenhouse gas emission by gas. We are talking only by gas. No? So if we try to check carefully, ang malaking contribution is carbon dioxide. No? Of course, carbon dioxide, fossil fuel, industrial processes, 65%. Nitrous oxide 60%, methane, no? Itong methane ano to main cause nito mga livestock, no? 16%. Pag marami kang alagang baka, sa ano kasi ito sa case ng Australia, New Zealand, even sa case ng America, no? Kung malaki yung poultry mo, marami kang alagang baka, gagawing hamburger, gagawing sausage, no? Yung methane yan, 16% ng contribution. And carbon dioxide, hindi lang sa ano to. Ito kasing carbon dioxide for man-made. Meron din carbon dioxide for natural course. Forestry and other land use. Utilization niya is around 11%. Okay. And this pie chart describes the, let me check, global greenhouse gas emissions by economic sector. Ano ba yung mga different economic sectors that generates the greenhouse gas emission? Ang unang-una, pinakamalaking production is electricity. Kasi mga power plant, produce ka ng electricity, talagang malaking contribution niya sa greenhouse gas, 25%. Followed by agriculture, transportation, yung mga diesel engine, gas engines, industry of course, mga manufacturing, other energy, and buildings. Even yung buildings, nagpo-produce din sila ng greenhouse gas. No? Ayan, yan yung kanyang contribution for the pie chart. Okay, so, ito naman yung balita way back 2018, no? Nang sabi, fossil fuel combustion caused 2.5 million premature deaths in India in 2018. So, could you imagine, fellow engineers, yung sa data ng India, it caused 2.5 million premature death, no? In 2018, which was mainly caused by fossil fuel combustion. I'm not sure kung meron akong data dito sa Pilipinas, but let me check, no? In my next slides. Alright, so ito naman sa case ng Pilipinas, I was able to gather some news in ANC, ABS-CBN. So this was way back 2018 also. And this one is also in, I think, 2018. Greenhouse gas emissions in Philippines is rising, according sabi sa report. No? Tapos, air pollution from coal-fired Philippine power plants are causing hundreds of deaths per year. Sabi ng agency think tank. Hundreds of deaths per year. Air pollution caused by coal-fired Philippine power plant. And the greenhouse gas emission in Philippines is rising, according to the report. All right, so now that we have those news, mag-shift tayo ng discussion sa climate crisis and global heating problems. No? Ito, magandang pag-usapan to yung climate crisis and global heating problems. All right, so some note. Research has been done around the world about global heating controversy. Ibig sabihin ng research has been done around the world. Maraming mga researchers, no? Hindi lang sa Pilipinas, hindi lang sa Taiwan, even in China, United States, United Kingdom, and so on and so forth, nagkakandak ng mga study related sa global heating problems. And they are arriving at the same conclusion, no? That as time passes by, tumataas yung temperature natin. Yan yung kanilang global agreement. So, global temperature is rising per year or per quarter. Gaano ba kataas yung temperature rise? Is it point something and so on and so forth? Kasi malaking bagay yan eh. Mag-increase ka ng temperature for point something, tapos kunin natin yung summation for sabihin natin 10 years or even 15 years, then it will contribute big to the global temperature rising. No? And therefore, melting of ice in Antarctica and Arctic goes on. Thus, ocean and sea rise in levels. Yeah, so if the ice in Antarctica and Arctic is melting, it is followed, therefore, that the ocean and sea will rise in levels. No? So, gaano kataas? So pag tumaas yung ocean and sea natin at a certain level, madedehado yung mga nakatira sa mabababang lugar. I think Nabotas and even Manila, mababa yung lugar natin sa case ng Manila. And kapag nag-melt na yung ice sa Antarctic and then Arctic, malaki yung possibility na malubog yung Manila sa tubig. Assessment of global heating by climate scientists evaluated that ascent in temperature is in between sabi ng mga scientists, no, yung pag-increase daw ng temperature is between 3 degree up to 5 degree by 2100. Ang pinaka worst case is 5 degree, no? By 2100. Ngayon, kung may intervention ng hindi lang Pilipinas, no? Kung may intervention ng buong mundo, siguro kaya ng 3 degree ang temperature increase by 2100. So ibig sabihin, if we are experiencing a room temperature of 25 degree, then we expect that by 2100, 25 plus 3, ayan, magiging 28 degree na yung room temperature. Worst case is that 25 plus 5, 30 degree room temperature. In fact, nung nakaraang summer na April, I think that was April or May, sobrang taas yung temperature lalo na sa north, no? Like Tugigaraw, I think, and Cabanatuan, sila yung parating nasa 40 plus yung temperature last summer. And how much more in 2100? Kung ang temperature is around 42 degree, no? Sabihin natin sa Cabanatuan, 42 plus 5, o di magiging 47 degree na. Every summer, parating may 47 degree. Sobrang init na yan. No? Di na maganda sa natin, sa health natin. Sobrang init. So ito yung mga different agencies that conducts study for global temperature. No? Ito yung mga agency, A1B, A1T, and so on and so forth. Ayan, so ang worst case pa nga is nasa 6 degree. Ito yung worst case. Tapos ang best case, kung may magagawa tayong intervention, ay nasa around, sabihin natin 1.2 or 1.3 degree on 2100. But ang pinaka-bottom line kasi dito is that pagdating ng 2100, mag-expect na tayo. Okay, mag-expect na tayo na tataas ang temperature natin. Hindi lang natin alam kung nasaan. Kung nandito ba sa lowest case or nandito sa upper case, 6 degree. 2,100, abot na pa ba natin yan? Hindi ko alam kung aabot pa tayo dyan. Pero yung mga millennials, makakaabot pa dyan. Pero yung mga anak natin, even yung mga apo natin, maabutan nila yan for sure. Kaya ang tanong dyan, ito ba yung gusto mong iwan sa mga anak tsaka sa mga apo mo? Ito ba yung gusto mong iwan sa kanila na temperature pag nawala na tayo? Yan ang basic question dyan. Kung wala tayong gagawin ngayon, wala. Ano mangyari dyan? Ayan. So, 1990, ayan, ito naman yung sea rise level. Kanina kasi yung temperature. Ito naman yung sea rise level. No? So, by 2100, ito yung pinaka-worst. No? Almost 1 meter. 1 meter by 2100. Ganyan, itataas ang ating sea level rise. No? And kung meron tayong magagawa sa climate change, ito yung pinaka best scenario or best case or probably here. No? So ito na yung pinaka-safe value na pwede natin i-expect. No? So that would be around, let's just say, 0.7 up to 0.2. Mag-expect na tayo that by 2100, depende yan, no? Kung gaano gradual yung pag-tunaw ng yelo sa North Pole or even sa South Pole. Kung gaano kabilis yung pagtunaw, then doon nakadepende yung sea rise level natin or sea level rise on 2100. Okay? What else? Okay, so a word of agreement. Temperature are rising. So these are the different studies of different agencies. So we have here the Met Office Hadley Center, Climatic Research Unit, and the NOAA National Climatic Data Center, and then the Berkeley Earth. No? So almost itong tatlong agency na to, magkakaiba yung kanilang ayan, hindi lang tatlo, almost 4, even 5, no? NASA, GISS, Cotan and Way. Ayan, they are correlate yung kanilang data. No? A world of agreement, temperature are rising between 1880 up to 2020, almost 1. ang tinaas ng temperature between this century. Ngayon, okay, so ngayon, sir, paano na kung mataas yung temperature natin, karoon na tayo ng climate change, ano na yung magiging effect sa ating environment? Ito, di-discuss ko na. No? Some injurious fallout. Ito na yung ating kinakatakutan. So, more strong typhoons, no? Sinabi diyan, more strong typhoons are expected. In fact, nagkakaroon na nga tayo ng ipo-ipo. Dati wala namang ipo-ipo eh. Pero napapabalita, nakakita na tayo ng ipo-ipo eh. Dati-rati wala naman sa Pilipinas. No? And strong rains. And then strong typhoons. Of course, nabalita natin tungkol sa Haiyan, no? Si Yolanda. Due to high mist in air caused by global warming, global heating. Lahat yan. Kung magkaroon ng global warming, ayan, ito na yung adverse effect na i-expect natin. Strong typhoons, twisters, more rains, and so on and so forth. And meron ding studies sa mga different journals na sabi, this global warming were also linked to epidemic dilemma or epidemic problems. In fact, sabi nga ng isang scientist na nabasa ko doon sa article, itong global warming problems, may kinalaman din sa COVID eh. Or yung COVID may kinalaman din sa mga global warming. Mas mainit daw, mas lalong kumakalat. No? Or mas malamig, mas lalong kumakalat. Kaya, So some studies have also linked global heating to impair. Ito rin yung magiging problema natin. No? So kung meron tayong global warming, it will impair our fresh and natural water resources. Alam na natin yun. Kakaproblema na nga tayo sa tubig kapag summer. So, hindi lang inumin tubig pinag-uusapan dito. Tsaka yung mga natural water resources natutuyo. It will affect the agriculture. No? Like what? Yung mga crops natin, plants, hindi lang yung mga crops, plants, pati yung mga alaga nating hayop. No? Like baka, kambing, manok, kalabaw. No? So bababa na yung production natin. It will yield, or the agricultural yield will drop eventually. Hindi lang sa agriculture, pati yung mga aquatic natin, no? Yung mga lamang dagat natin, like the fish, the corals, and even water mammals, yung survival nila will be in peril. Magiging mapanganib na sila. No? Magiging magde-degrade or magde-diminish. Siyempre, kung hindi mag-survive yung aquatic natin, paano na yung buhay natin in the future? No? And on some reasons as well, several animal species will annihilate, mawawala na because of the environmental damage due to global heating. Ano ba yung mga example ng animals na yan? Sabihin natin yung mga penguin. No? Siyempre, wala nang Antarctic tsaka Arctic. Wala nang ice. O saan pa sila titira? Yung mga polar bears. No? What else? Pati yung mga orangutan. Lahat yan maapektuhan kasi because of deforestations. So marami, no? Ito lang yung pinaka-major pero marami ka pa akong pwedeng i-state but siguro for this sake of discussion, ito lang yung pwede kong best na may bigay sa inyo. Injurious fallout for environmental degradations. Ayan, so ito yung sabi sa balita, no? Let me just check yung title. Sabi dito sa balita is, Typhoon Goni, way back in, ito bago lang, 2020. Typhoon Goni, Philippines hit by year's most powerful storm. Ayan, no? So kasama na rin yan sa climate change natin, yung mga powerful storm. Then, so noong 2013, world's most powerful typhoon hits Philippines. Ito yung famous na Super Typhoon Yolanda. No? Or sa international name, it is called as the Haiyan. The most powerful storm hit to this world by 2013. Okay, so siya? Category 5. Lakas yan. Super Typhoon Yolanda is strongest storm ever to make landfall in recorded history. You know? Kasi katabi lang kasi natin yung Pacific Ocean. Alam niyo naman, kapag Pacific Ocean, halos nanggagaling lahat dyan yung mga typhoon. Tapos ang Pilipinas, ginagawang EDSA, no? Super highway ng mga typhoon. Kapag nag-create ng typhoon dyan sa Pacific Ocean, ang talagang number 1 na dinadaanan nila, Pilipinas. Kaya kawawa din ng mga Pilipino. No? Parating daanan naman ng bagyo. Ayan, so balikan lang natin itong balita, no? Fellow engineers. Gusto kong sariwain lang natin yung balita.
We're looking at the aftermath of one of the strongest storms ever to tear across the ocean and smash into land. That super typhoon, 195-mile-per-hour winds cutting through the Philippines. Families there waking up to the reality of what they survived. So what caused this turbocharged storm? Let's get right to ABC's meteorologist, Ginger Z.
This is what it feels like inside a super typhoon. The waves crashing, camera shaking as 15 crew members who were working on a barge are just barely rescued from the turbulent ocean. Super Typhoon Haiyan raced across the Philippine Islands, kicking waves up to 19 feet high, winds up to 195 miles per hour. Power lines shredded, leaving millions unable to communicate. And tonight, we dive into the eye of the storm, talking to reporter Val Belita, who has been there right through it all.
We also experienced storm surges, so the houses in the coastal areas are also devastated.
Those winds so intense, this storm will likely go down as the strongest to make landfall. But how is that wind speed measured? It's an estimate made by satellites. See, that satellite up in space has an instrument on it called a scatterometer. That instrument beams microwaves through the clouds of the storm. The beams hit the ocean and then reflect back up at different angles. That helps the satellite determine the speed of the wind.
And the wind speed is really what matters, not necessarily the size of the storm. So let's look at that super typhoon just before landfall yesterday. Now, we measure the diameter of a storm usually by looking at the tropical storm force winds and how far out those go. Well, in this super typhoon, it's about 300 miles across. So it's relatively small compared to a storm, say, like Irene, that was almost double that, but much weaker.
Our Gloria Riviera is on the ground.
We are at Quiapo Church, and in this predominantly Catholic country, they're calling on the power of prayer. Bishops in every church leading the people in a prayer against impending casualties. Today, that number should become more clear.
That prayer still being asked for from around the world as the storm exits the Philippines. Next stop, Vietnam.
And that's just it. The sun again coming up, and we're going to learn so much more about just how catastrophic this storm was, Diane. One thing I can tell you, in about 24 hours, it goes to Vietnam, and it hits as a lesser storm, category 2, but still pretty significant.
Yeah, still packing a lot of wind, and we will be learning more. Still so much unknown. Thank you, Ginger.
Okay, so let's skip that one.
Human activities, from
climate
pollution
change
to
naman.
overpopulation, are driving up the Earth's temperature and fundamentally changing the world around us. The main cause is a phenomenon known as the greenhouse effect. Gases in the atmosphere, such as water vapor, carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, and chlorofluorocarbons, let the sun's light in, but keep some of the heat from escaping, like the glass walls of a greenhouse. The more greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, the more heat gets trapped, strengthening the greenhouse effect and increasing the Earth's temperature. Human activities, like the burning of fossil fuels, have increased the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere by more than a third since the Industrial Revolution. The rapid increase in greenhouse gases in the atmosphere has warmed the planet at an alarming rate. While Earth's climate has fluctuated in the past, atmospheric carbon dioxide hasn't reached today's levels in hundreds of thousands of years. Climate change has consequences for our oceans, our weather, our food sources, and our health. Ice sheets, such as Greenland and Antarctica, are melting. The extra water that was once held in glaciers causes sea levels to rise and spills out of the oceans, flooding coastal regions. Warmer temperatures also make weather more extreme. This means not only more intense major storms, floods, and heavy snowfall, but also longer and more frequent droughts. These changes in weather pose challenges. Growing crops becomes more difficult. The areas where plants and animals can live shift, and water supplies are diminished. In addition to creating new agricultural challenges, climate change can directly affect people's physical health. In urban areas, the warmer atmosphere creates an environment that traps and increases the amount of smog. This is because smog contains ozone particles, which increase rapidly at higher temperatures. Exposure to higher levels of smog can cause health problems such as asthma, heart disease, and lung cancer. While the rapid rate of climate change is caused by humans, humans are also the ones who can combat it. If we work to replace fossil fuels with renewable energy sources like solar and wind, which don't produce greenhouse gas emissions, we might still be able to prevent some of the worst effects of climate change.
The Philippines tops a list of countries most susceptible to hazards caused by climate change. A think tank cited by the 2019 Global Peace Index notes nearly half of the country's population live in areas highly exposed to climate hazards like drought, tropical cyclones, floods, and tsunamis. Other countries at the top of the list include Japan, Bangladesh, Myanmar, China, Indonesia, India, Vietnam, and Pakistan. Manila also ranked seventh in a list of countries facing the highest risk to a single climate hazard. The study warns nearly 1 billion people are at risk of experiencing extreme weather events in the coming decades. Manila, meanwhile, climbs for notches this year, placing 134th in the Global Peace Index, or Global State of Peace Index. But the country's score makes it the second least peaceful country in Asia Pacific, following North Korea.
Okay, so other informations. Next.
Sa lawak ng baha sa Pampanga at Bulacan, mistulang karugtong na ito ng Manila mula sa kuha ng drone. Ang paliwanag dyan ng mga eksperto at ang babala para sa mga apektadong residente sa pagtutok na ito ni Rafi Tima.
Taon-taon na lang ang mga ganitong eksena sa Hagonoy, Bulacan at iba pang bayan na malapit sa dagat. Tuwing may bagyo o malakas na ulan, tiyak na kasunod nito ang baha. Nitong nakaraang pagdaan ng bagyong Ulysses, makikita nga sa drone video na ito kung gaano kalawak ang sinakop ng baha sa mga probinsya ng Pampanga at Bulacan. Ang baha, tila karugtong na ng Manila Bay. Pero kung tutusin, natural daw ito ayon sa mga eksperto dahil ang lugar na ito ay tinatawag na floodplains. Wala pa man ang mga tao rito tuwing malakas ang ulan o may bagyo, umaapaw talaga ang ilog. Tangay nito ang mga lupa at iba pang debris mula sa kabundukan pababa sa kapatagan. Pero tulad sa maraming bahagi ng bansa, ang mga floodplains tulad sa Bulacan at Pampanga at maging ang Marikina Valley area, tinatayuan na ng mga kabahayan.
Dahil gusto natin na mas madami pang pwedeng bahay, pinasakit ang mga ilog. Sinasakal natin ang ating mga ilog. Ang mga putik na dati sa floodplain kumakalat ay sa subdivision nakakalat.
Pero ang mas nakababahala umano na matagal nang ibinababala ng mga eksperto ang unti-unting pagtaas ng level ng tubig sa dagat dahil sa climate change.
From 2000 to 2014 ay lumampas ng 1 sentimetro kada taon. Nasa 1.4 centimeters per year. At ang hindi pa maganda, yung projections bale, mag-accelerate yung rise of sea level.
Pinalalapa yan ang paglubog ng lupa sa bahagi ng Kamanaka, Bulacan, Pampanga at Bataan. Dahil naman sa over-extraction o labis na paghigop ng tubig sa mga underground water reservoir para magamit ng mga tao.
Ang typical value ay umaabot ng mula 2 hanggang 4 na sentimetro kada taon yung paglubog niya.
Isa sa mga sinasabing lugar na lubulubog ay ang Sitio Pariahan sa Bulacan, Bulacan. Hanggang nitong nakaraang Enero bago magpandemya, may mga nakatira pa rito kahit na noon pa man, unti-unti na itong lumulubog. Na pati kanilang simbahan at eskwelahan, inabot na ng tubig. Ngayon, abandonado na ang lugar dahil magiging bahagi raw ito ng itatayong bagong airport sa Bulacan. Pwede naman daw itong tayuan ng paliparan, pero dapat isaalang-alang ang sea level rise at land subsidence sa lugar.
Kung magtatambak sila, madaming tambak yan. Sa engineering perspective, mas unstable ang substrate na natambak. Now, of course, if you're an engineer, they will say, we can engineer that.
Ang bangkerong si Joselito na nakatira sa isa ng Binuak pangan sa Obando, pansin daw ang unti-unting pagtaas ng dagat at paglubog ng kanilang lugar.
Pinapagawa po talaga namin ng aming bahay.
Anong ginagawa po?
Ano po, pinalublakan po namin, tinatambakan
Para tumaas.
para po tumaas ulit.
Para sa mga eksperto,
Dapat tayong mabahala. Dapat nating mapaghandaan. Hindi titigil ang pagtaas ng dagat within our lifetime. Maski na ma-address natin yung issues ng yung carbon discharge, yung carbon emissions. Tingnan yung mga lugar na vulnerable sa impacts ng sea level rise at maging tugma yung development plan sa mga lugar na ito.
traffic team ang nakatutok 24 oras.
Okay. Yeah. Pwede pa si moderator? Moderator, pwede ba tayo mag-break muna? Moderator?
Sige, sir. Sir
Ah.
Angelo, mga ilang minutes, sir.
Okay lang ba mga 5 minutes, sir? 5 to 7 minutes?
Okay lang po, sir.
Sige, sir. Break po
Sir
muna.
Ron?
Stop sharing muna ako, sir, ha?
Okay po, sir.
Hello, let's continue. So let's continue, everyone. Okay, let me present my slides. Okay, so right now I'm going to show you an article. No? I was able to read some article that states the effect. No, sabi dito, the effect of global warming on infectious disease. So yung global warming daw, may kinalaman din daw yan sa mga different kinds of infectious disease. Sabi dito sa article ni Ichiro Kurane, dated way back in 2010. And then may nabasa din akong paper sa Elsevier, Journal Environment International, where the impact of climate change on human infectious disease, yung climate change impact on human infectious disease, empirical evidence, and human adaptation. This was a study from China, altogether with some collaboration with the United States of America professors. So what I'm trying to say was, merong link, yung climate change at saka yung mga infectious diseases. Ito nga yung binanggit ko kanina dun sa previous slides ko. And then what else? So sabi dito, the Philippine faces high level of water shortage in 2040 according to study. So could you imagine, magkakaroon tayo ng problema sa water shortage in 2040, sabi dun sa study. And water shortage in the Philippines threatens, of course, sustainable development and health. Worldwide water shortage by 2040. Ito yung magiging perennial problems natin ngayon, in the future. And I hope ang government natin magawa natin ng paraan. Kasi ano na ngayon, 2021. So ilang years na lang, magte-2040 na. And hindi natin alam kung ilan yung population natin by 2040. And of course, kapag nag-grow yung population natin, yung sources of supply natin like food, water, kasama na sa ano yun, sa effect, and natin, problem natin sa future. Hopefully, ma-address ng government yan. Hindi lang government, dapat tayo rin. Gumawa rin tayo ng part natin para ma-alleviate itong mga climate crisis natin. Ito yung mga crisis na hinanap natin sa future. So, freshwater crisis. Ito, may balita ko dito about freshwater crisis. I was able to download this clip. I-share ko na lang din sa inyo para at least ma-appreciate natin lahat.
Parts of Metro Manila grappling with water shortage since the weekend. Water concessionaires have pinned the blame on insufficient supply, but an international development agency fears the water crisis hounding the country may worsen due to climate change. Oxfam Philippines now calls on the government to have a concrete plan in addressing the problem.
The government should be able to implement a contingency plan on water shortage and supply. In the next 2 years, the long term,
the government should be able to align the existing policies such as the disaster risk reduction and management law and the climate change law to be able to, for it to be implemented at the local level more efficiently and to be able to mitigate potential impacts of water crisis.
Philippine Weather Bureau Pagasa says water at the La Mesa Dam has reached the critical low level, the lowest in 12 years. But the downward trend may continue as a result of the El Niño phenomenon. This early, officials are now flagging the effects of a so-called weak El Niño. So less than average rainfall is expected in the next 3 months.
Ang epekto po pag namit ng lamesa ang critical low, magkakaroon ng water supply shortage or rationing ng water. Ang maapektuhan po nito ay east part ng Metro Manila na sinusuplayan ng Manila Water.
Aside from the La Mesa Dam, hydrologists are also closely monitoring other water reservoirs across the country. The Philippine government also eyes tapping some deep wells and rivers as additional sources of water.
We are now currently evaluating the possibility of tapping these wells. I think this can be done in a few weeks. I think this will eventually which can address the demand for these areas affected by water shortage in the next couple of weeks. The rainfall will be below normal. So we will make the necessary adjustments to a certain extent, reducing the allocation of the water for water supply and even irrigation, just to preserve and secure a good level of the dam.
For its part, water concessionaire Maynilad assures its customers they will not be affected by supply interruptions since the water level of its source, the Angat Dam, is still normal.
Basta hindi po babawasan ng MWRB ang alokasyon ng tubig para sa Metro Manila, ay hindi po maapektuhan ng Maynilad. Pero dahil alam po natin na meron pong mild El Niño, and assuming lang po na bawasan ng MWRB ang alokasyon ng tubig mula sa Angat Dam, kahit pa paano naghanda naman po ang Maynilad, so dinagdagan na po natin yung ating water reserve capacity.
Amid the shortage, the Philippine government appeals to consumers to also do their part by saving water or recycling used water. And it's the same call coming from global organizations.
Itong problemang ito is knocking our doors. Nag-uumpisa na to. So, sana naman ay lalong maging conscious tayo na magkaroon ng pagpapahalaga sa tubig.
I think at the household level, there has to be a need to change the people or the public mindset and norms on water use and consumption, given that the water is limited natural resource. It will not increase over time.
Katrina Domingo, ABS-CBN News.
Maynilad ready to assist its fellow concessionaire, Manila Water, in coping with the shortages that have hit parts of Metro Manila. MWSS Administrator Reynaldo Velasco says this involves sharing part of Maynilad's water supply from Angat Dam.
Usap kami na yung Maynilad magsishare muna ng 50 million liters per day para ipahiram naman sa Manila Water, no? So 50 million liters per day. Tapos mayroon silang within demand under testing natin. By the end of demand, mayroon tayong another 50 million liters per day doon na magagaling sa kanilang Cardona plant.
Yung galing ng Laguna Lake.
Laguna Lake, galing sa Laguna Lake.
Okay, so let's move forward. How climate change, lack of insurance push farmers out of agribusiness. No? Ito naman yung journal way back, bago lang to, no? November 24, 2020. Yung climate change, lack of insurance push farmers na mag-out na sa agriculture business. And hindi magandang balita to para sa atin kasi kung walang farmers, it will affect all of us. What else? Global agriculture will be drastically altered by climate change. Bago lang to, February 18, 2021. And global agriculture will be drastically altered by climate change. And sabi sa articles, no? climate change affects rice farming communities too. Ayan, 2014. So maraming mga articles related sa climate change that affects our farmers, no, and agriculture business. Now, I was able to read this article. Ito, napakagandang paper to sa Springer. Ang title ng paper ay Impact of Climate Change on Agriculture Production and its Sustainable Solutions. Siguro, at the end of the day, bibigyan ko kayo ng copy ng PDF nito para mabasa nyo rin yung article. This was authored by Naveen Kumar Arora. No? And maganda tong article na to kasi marami akong nabasa dito na related sa climate change, and marami siyang mga binanggit dito, no, na importante. It will really affect our everyday lives. So ito, hinighlight ko na lang. So sabi, it is also worth noting that the world population is expected to reach 9.7 billion by 2050, sabi niya, which would therefore magnify the pressure on agricultural lands to meet the growing food demands already affected by the impact of climate change. So, by 2050, hindi ko lang alam kung 9.7 kasi estimated lang naman ito Pwedeng mas mataas pa sa 9.7. No? Therefore, kung mas malaki yung population ng global, buong mundo, saan tayo kukuha ng pagkain? No? To meet the growing food demands of these 9.7 billion people. Tapos tumataas pa yung adverse effect ng climate change. So dumadami yung demand, lumiliit yung supply ng pagkain, magkakaproblema talaga tayo niyan by 2050. Alright? So what else? Ito, sabi pa niya, as per Food and Agriculture Organization, data published in 2016, if the current situation of the greenhouse gas emissions and climate change continue, yan, kapag yung trend niya continue, wala pa rin tayong intervention na ginagawa, no? Then by the year 2100, sabi niya, no? By year 2100, there will be decline in the production of major cereal crops by a maximum of, let's say, 45%. 50% in weight, 5 to 50%, tapos 20 to 30% in rice, no? By 2100, decline in production. Hence, if the trends continue, in very near future crop losses may increase at unprecedented rate, which will substantially contribute to reduced production, then spike food prices, reduce production, and it will become difficult to cope up with the rising needs of growing population. So ito na yung mga effect, no? Taas baba na yung presyo ng pagkain, mababa pa yung production ng mga pangunahing pagkain natin, no? Wheat, rice, crops. Therefore, paano natin mapapakain yung maraming tao during those times, 2100, no? What else? Climate change is resulting into a very high rate of land degradation, causing enhanced desertification and nutrient deficient soils. Kasi maraming lupa na hindi na pwede mapakinabangan because of climate change. The menace of land degradation is increasing by the day and has been characterized as a major global threat. Yan. According to Global Assessment of Land Degradation and Improvement, GLADA, a quarter of land area around the globe can now be marked as degraded. So, could you see? A quarter, malaking bagay yan. A quarter of land area around the globe can now be marked as degraded because of climate change. Maraming lupa na hindi na pwede mapakinabangan ng maayos, no? Hindi na mapagtamnan. Kasi wala Masira na yung lupa. Hindi na siya maging productive. Hindi na siya pwede mapagtamnan for crops, rice, wheats, and so on and so forth. Extreme drought conditions frequently occurring during climate change exacerbate the productivity of crops by causing nutrient immobilization and salt accumulation in soils, making them dry, unhealthy, saline, and finally infertile. Saline and finally infertile. Such barren lands become non-arable with course of time and are eventually abandoned by farmers, leading to economic losses and social issues. Yan. It is a self-explanatory statement. Ito yung mga nabasa ko dun sa paper na to. No? Such barren lands become non-arable with course of time and are eventually abandoned by farmers, leading to economic losses and social issues. So, soil and oceans are the biggest sinks of carbon dioxide. Sila daw yung pinakamalakas mag-absorb ng carbon dioxide, ng ocean natin, tsaka yung mga lupa. Thus, by increasing the soil organic matter and subsequent enhancement in yield or planting of perennial crops or through plant agroforestry can result in decreasing the levels of GHGs. So, dapat yung mga lupa, time na natin na maging productive para it will help reduce the level of greenhouse gases, helping in combating the climate change and simultaneously resulting in reclamation of marginal or degraded lands. What else? Ayan. So, climate change, sabi dito, determinator that could make 50% of the world's species go extinct by 2100. So because of climate change, marami tayong mga animals na sabi, laki 50% of the world species go extinct by 2100. According to this article, no? Dated 2019, bago lang. Ito yung mga possible na ma-extinct by 2100. We have shark. Mahilig siya shark's fin. Of course, penguin, kasi wala na sila mapagtiraan Wala na yung mga ice sa North Pole tsaka South Pole, pasampat nila sitira. Polar bears, yung mga coral reefs natin. And we also have the sea lions. Orangutan, mga deforestation, maraming pwedeng mawala na animal species by 2100. And ako, personally, di pa nga ako nakakita ng seal sea lions. Pero penguin, nakakita na ako. How much more yung mga anak or yung mga apo natin by 2100, wala na silang makita. Nasa na lang, Wikipedia or even encyclopedia. No? Kasi these animals lost their habitat, they lost their homes because of the climate change. No? Environmental degradation. Ito pa, nagme-melt na yung mga ice natin. No? Glaciers are falling down. Yung dating malawak na ice sheet doon sa North and South Pole, ngayon, pira-piraso na lang. Ito na yung polar bear natin. So giant iceberg breaks news. Teka. Sige, panoorin lang natin sa nila.
Researchers at this camp overlooking Greenland's Helheim Glacier have some bad news.
This glacier has retreated more than 10 kilometers or so in the last decade or so. From that position far off onto my left to where you see it today.
It was here in 2018. Researchers captured this footage of large chunks of ice breaking away in a process called halving. Scientists like New York University's David Holland measure and observe climate change. This summer, Holland saw record-shattering heat and ice melt.
Large glaciers are retreating. We can detect this with satellite, with effectively cameras in space. And we're seeing a very large signal of melt coming from this one particular glacier out in West Antarctica called Thwaites.
NASA and the European Space Agency, or ESA, released a study in December showing the Greenland ice sheet rapidly melting, having lost nearly 4 trillion metric tons between 1992 and 2018. Holland says a similar fate appears underway in Antarctica.
That glacier is holding back several other glaciers of the West Antarctic ice sheet. So all total, it is conceivable, not that it will happen, but it could happen. Up to 3 meters of global sea level could be unleashed onto us.
Cities like Alexandria, Egypt, take countermeasures to slow crashing waves because rising sea levels near ice shelves affect sea levels everywhere. Warmer waters around retreating glaciers like the one in Antarctica expedite the process.
This glacier is perhaps unstable. It is certainly retreating now at a rapid rate. it has raised itself to the point of now using physics, mathematics, and observation. It's actually credible, plausible that this thing could cause a major change in sea level.
A study published April in the journal Nature showed glaciers worldwide annually lose 369 billion metric tons of snow and ice. The Greenland ice sheet alone holds enough water to raise sea level by nearly 7.5 meters. Arash Arabasadi, VOA News, Washington.
Okay, so yan yung news about sa glaciers, no? And yung pag-diminish ng mga ice sa different parts of the world related with the climate change, no? Yan. So, let's talk something about the advantage naman. Tatanungin niyo ako, sir, meron bang advantage ng climate change, no? Or yung global warming, to be specific? Meron din ba siyang merits? Kasi puro disadvantage yung mga dinidiscuss mo, sir, no? Well, ang sagot dyan, meron din. No? Meron din siyang advantage, yung paglaganap ng global warming and global heating. Sige, pag-usapan natin. First of all, ano ba yung benefit? Kapag nagkaroon tayo ng global warming, nawala na yung mga ice natin, the Arctic Ocean and also the Antarctic Ocean will open doors for curtailed shipping traffic. So yung dating dinadaanan sa Pacific, Atlantic Ocean, Indian Ocean, meron na silang shortcut, no? Dadaan na sila dun sa Atlantic Ocean or dun sa Arctic Ocean. And yung pangalawang advantage, sabi ko nga kanina, no? The Arctic and Antarctic is concluded to have a, sabi ng mga scientists, no? Meron siyang 500 million up to 1 billion barrels of oil and natural gas. Marami pa tayong matitignan na dyan ng mga fossil fuels na gagamitin natin sa mga automobiles as well as with our power plants, no, para mapag-generate tayo ng electricity. Tapos, kung wala ng polar ice sa North Pole at South Pole, then pwede na tayo mangisda. No? Marami tayong mahuhuling isda dyan. Fishing trades, fading of polar ice. May problema lang ngayon dyan. No? Kasi itong inasteris ko, pag nagkukay ka ng oil dyan sa area na yan, Arctic and Antarctic, pati yung fishing na yan, no? Magkakaroon tayo ng political issue. No? Kasi zone boundaries between nations remain obscure. Hindi pa masyado established, no? Yung boundary between nations on that particular area. And yung therefore, kapag nag-drill ka ng oil dyan or natural gas, or kahit siguro mangisda ka, it may therefore spark political division or even worse is war. Ngayon, pag nagkukay ng oil dyan si United States, in principle, hindi papayag si ano dyan, si Russia or even si Europe or even si China. No? Ngayon, magkakaroon ng hatian yan. Ilang porsyento kay China, ilang porsyento kay Russia, ilang porsyento kay Europe. Kung lamang si US, hindi naman papayag yung iba. It will spark political division. And probably, because of this, it may... the worst case is to lead to war. No? Yan, ito yung mga benefits. Shipping truck, shortcut sa mga ships, natural gas, makakadig tayo ng oil and natural gas doon sa area na yun, tapos pangisda tayo doon sa area na yun. Okay? Yan yung mga advantages na pwede kong may suggest. Ayan, kasi currently, ito yung of course, meron ng shortcut dyan. No? Ito yung existing shortcut. Kasi hindi naman lahat ng ships dyan ay nakadesign para makadaan dyan sa area na yan. Kasi may temperature and din yan, pressure conditions, and even atmospheric condition. Kung yung barko mo ba ay fit para makadaan sa area na yan. Hindi lang fit, naka-optimize para makadaan sa area na yan. No? And yeah, so maybe I'm about to show you this small presentation. No? So by 2035, ayan, By 2035, pwede nang madaanan. And that by 2050, ayan, 2050, abutan natin yan. No? It will completely, sabi yan, mawawala na yung ice dyan sa area na yan. Tapos yung pinakita ko kanina, kasi ito yung shortcut kanina na pinakita ko eh. Ito kasi yung ice eh. Kaya dito dumadaan yung mga ships, no? Sa open area. Ngayon, kung mawawala na yan, by 2050, diretso na yan. No? From here, United States up to the Norway, for example. Ito yung destination. Hindi na sila dadaan sa, sa ganito kasi it will cost more fuels and manpower as well. No? Kasi kung tatagal ng 36 days yan because of this travel, ngayon, kung wala na yung ice dyan, pwede nang tumagal ng 15 days yan from United States up to Norway. No? Makakatipid sila sa gas, sa shipping, makakatipid din sila sa manpower, yung pagbayad sa mga tao per day. No? Ayan. So, maabutan natin yan sa timeline natin. Okay, siguro sa case namin, matatanda na kami. No? Yung mga kabatch ko, matatanda na kami at that time. But yung mga millennials, I'm pretty sure, maabutan nila to. Okay, 2050. Alright, so by 2020, ito yung status. No? And then 2040, ayan, pwede na madaanan siya. Then, of course, meron pa rin ice dyan. No? Then by 2050, ayan, halos wala nang pinagkaiba kay 2040, kay 2050. 2050 talagang completely nawala na yung ano dyan. Yung ice, ano dyan, ice sheet. No? So we call that one as the transpolar passage open by 2040 up to 2050. I-expect na natin yan. Okay? What else? So, good news to sa mga Chinese, no? Kasi marami silang in-export ng mga products. No? Hindi lang products, mga services and other things as well. No? From textiles, from food, from materials, even electronics gadget. Yan, karamihan mga made in China. No? So, China may have new shipping shortcut. And sabi niyan sa article, no? Thanks to melting Arctic ice. Nagting pa sila sa melting Arctic ice. What else? Ayan. So, ito kasi yung sabihin na natin, no? Ito yung existing route dun sa from China to Norway, sabihin natin. No? Ayan. Ito yung existing route nila. Dadaan sila sa tinatawag na Suez Canal. I'm pretty sure you are familiar with that. Ngayon, kung mawawala na yung ice dyan, no? Kasi malalaki din yung barko ng China, ito na yung shortcut nila. So, sabihin natin, if this one, point A up to point B travels around, let's just say, 2 to 3 months, no? Tapos from alternative route, from point A up to point B, it will just travel around, sabihin natin, mga 1 month. Then, malaking tipid, no? Sa gas and even sa manpower. Okay, so makakabalik pa sila ng 2 beses sa pag-travel kumpara dito na it will take several months to travel. Ayan, to be in detailed, no? Good news nga naman talaga to sa mga shipping industry. Dadaan sila sa Arctic Ocean kasi yung existing route, ito yung dinadaanan nila eh. Dadaan sa West Philippine Sea, ayan, sa Indian Ocean, ito yung canal, man-made canal. We have the Suez Canal na tinatawag. No? Dadaan sila sa Red Sea. Hindi ko alam kung may binabayaran pa sila dito sa pagdaan nila sa Suez Canal. Eh. Parang ano din to eh, NLEX, SLEX, babayad ka ng toll fee. Ayan, dadaan sila sa Mediterranean Sea and then North Atlantic Ocean. Ayan. So could you just see yung travel from point A up to point B? Sobrang layo, no? Ngayon, pwede ka naman shortcut dito. Yeah. Thanks of the melting ice. Suez Canal is the canal that connects Europe, Africa to and from Asia. Okay, papakita natin yan in detail. Ito yan. Ito yung sinasabi ko na Suez Canal. So some fact, 1869 waterway first opened, 18th century. Then 2015, yung canal has been expanded to include a 22-mile parallel channel. Ibig sabihin ng parallel, pwede makadaan yung barko. papunta at saka pabalik. Dati kasi one way lang yan eh. 120 miles long, then 205 meters wide, then yung lalim niya is 24 meter deep. Ito yung Suez Canal. Okay, ito yung Red Sea, ito yung Great Bitter Lake, tapos dun sa bandang taas we have the Mediterranean Sea. Alright, so yan. So Red Sea, ito yung schematic diagram yan. We have the Suez Canal, this part, then we have the Great Bitter Lake, and then we have the Suez Canal again. Ayan, medyo mahaba siya, no? Tapos we have the Mediterranean Sea. Ngayon may problema dyan. Sir, paano kung may nag-blockade dyan? May malaking shipping dyan, tapos binalandra or naka-block doon sa daanan ng Suez Canal. What will happen? Ito ngayon nangyari noong nakaraan eh. Noong March 24, 2020, where the Evergreen, I'm pretty sure nabalitaan nyo ito, naka-block doon sa Suez Canal. So nung na-block niya yan, ano nangyari? Hindi makadaan yung ibang barko na of course magsiship din sa Europe. No? Hindi lang sa Europe, yung mga galing Europe papuntang Asia, hindi rin makapunta. Kasi nakaharang tong ano eh. Sobrang laking shipping ano eh. Shipping Evergreen. No? Then after that, ayan, nung pumarang yung ship, maraming mga barko tuloy na napending. No? Like this one. Ayan, yung mga itim na yan, mga barko lahat yan, na magde-deliver din ng mga goods and services to and from Europe, to and from Asia. No? So maraming naantala. Ngayon, nung naantala yan, what happens? Nagkaroon tayo ng maraming losses. So sabi dito sa article na nabasa ko, estimated around 9.6 billion of trade has been lost. No? Tapos ang nawawala kada minuto is 6.7 million a minute. So 3.3 million tons of cargo an hour ang nawawala. And then this equates to around 400 million, up to 3.3 million US dollar. Ito yung effect ng pag-block doon sa Suez Canal. Kasi maraming barko ang na-block during those times. No? Kaya magandang magkaroon tayo ng alternative. Ngayon, ito yung Suez Canal, dinadaanan ng mga barko, shipping. Ngayon, kung galing ka dito, since barado to, Suez Canal, meron ka pang isang alternative route. Ito yung tinatawag nating Cape of Good Hope route. So let's say, galing yung ship mo from Taiwan, imbes na dadaan ka dyan, na-block kasi yan, dito ka dadaan. So, Cape of Good Hope, dadaan ka dyan, then punta ka doon. Ngayon ang problema, ilang days yan? Using Suez Canal, around 26 days, no? But since na-block siya, dadaan sa Cape of Good Hope, dadagdagan nga patuloy ng ilang araw, 34 days, no? So it will entail, so between 25 or 26 days up to 34 days, malaking bagay yan, no? Sa shipping industry. Kasi gasolina, pangalawa, yung manpower, tapos yung time to productivity na tinatawag, no? Yung time na pag-deliver mo ng goods doon sa area, madedelay. Yan yung cost ng pag-block doon sa Suez Canal. Kaya maganda na magkaroon tayo ng alternative route doon sa Arctic or even Atlantic Ocean. No? What else? So sabi sa balita, is America losing out on Northern Sea route? Kasi pumapasok na yung China and Russia, nag-intervene na sila doon sa Northern Sea. Hindi lang dyan sa West Philippine Sea, yung China. Nakikialam na rin sila dyan sa Northern Sea. Sabi sa balita, America is somehow losing out kasi nagko-combine si Russia at si China. Political political powers. No? China and Russia, two polar powers on the rise. May mga political issue. China's ambition built on road strategy, important for Chinese economy, interest and relations with Russia. Ayan. Oil and natural gas resources of the Arctic. Ayan, sabi sa geology.com, itong Arctic. And even yung Atlantic part, sa may south, mayaman daw sa ano yan, sa oil and natural gas. So pag nag-diminish yung mga ice plates dyan, ice sheets, therefore, maraming country na interested magkukay ng ano dyan, ng oil and gas. No? So Russia currently, as of 2020, is investing around 300 billion of Arctic oil and gas investment. Naka-ready na yung mga nila investment sa pag-ukay doon sa Arctic oil and gas. Meron na silang pera allotted para dyan. Russia stokes political tensions with hunt for Antarctic oil. Bago lang tayo, 2020. Okay, so let's talk about global climate agreement. Kasi kanina pinag-usapan natin yung tungkol sa advantages ng global warming. I-discuss naman natin yung agreement ng between nations. Kung paano ba natin makakompensate yung greenhouse gas emissions as well as the carbon dioxide, mga air pollutants. Well, ang sabi, United Nations administered conventions. No? Marami silang mga conferences, even mga accord. No? May mga accord sila para ma-review yung problema related sa climate change. No? Tapos in 1997, the Global Climate Treaty has been produced. I'm pretty sure you are familiar with the so-called Kyoto Protocol. No? And itong Kyoto Protocol, meron ka lang assigned allocation for your greenhouse gas emission per country. So kung Pilipinas, ito lang yung allotted sa'yo na GHG per year. Hindi ka pwede lumagpas dyan. Yan ang sinasabi niya sa Kyoto Protocol. Wherein hindi lahat ng nation ay member. No? Meron lang mga 192 nations. Ngayon, itong China at si Amerika, hindi nag-agree dun sa Kyoto Protocol kasi malakas gumamit ng ng energy. And therefore, malakas din sila mag-produce ng greenhouse gas emissions. So, hindi sila hindi sila agree, hindi sila sumama diyan, nagpa-member diyan sa Kyoto Protocol. And sabi ko nga dun sa data kanina, no? China, United States, and India are top 3 nations that secrete the most carbon dioxide. Kasi malaking population ng mga yan. I-expect na natin na gumagamit sila ng fossil fuels to generate energy on their respective nations. Therefore, we expect that these fossil fuels, non-renewable energies, will secrete the most greenhouse gas emissions. So from 1997, nagkaroon ng another agreement. No? Ito yung tinatawag nating Paris Climate Agreement, which replaces the Kyoto Protocol. I'm pretty sure tumatakbo pa rin itong Kyoto Protocol na to, pero itong Paris Climate Agreement is the majority, no? Or should I say, dominant agreement when it comes to climate, the Paris Climate Agreement. Ang sinasabi lang naman dyan is that dapat yung it limits the global warming to around 2 degrees Celsius. Yan lang yung agreement. Napakasimple. No? Hindi na yung tungkol sa greenhouse gas emission pinag-uusapan. Dapat malimit natin yung warming, which is around less than 2 degree. Tapos meron din silang cap and trade climate policy. No? Itong cap and trade climate policy, applicable to sa Kyoto Protocol. Ang style dyan ay kung si Philippines, halimbawa, no, within 1 year, nagkulang, sumobra sila sa greenhouse gas emission. Tapos si Indonesia, meron pa silang sobra doon sa cap nila. Ang Philippine government, we will buy yung cap ng Indonesia para makompensate natin yung GHG. Bale, how to say, ma-share natin yung greenhouse gas emissions sa kanila. So yun na po-produce ni Indonesia, tapos yun na po-produce ni Philippines, almost in agreement dun sa Kyoto Protocol. No? Pwede kang bumili, pwede mong i-share yung cap mo dun sa neighborhood countries, something like that. Buy and sell with below and higher emissions. No? Ito yung cap and trade policy for Kyoto Protocol. But for Paris Climate Agreement lang is dapat makapag-generate lang tayo ng less than 2 degree temperature for a certain period. Tapos sa case ng Pilipinas, we also have the Clean Air Act, no? That regulates, ang problema lang kasi may ganito tayong batas, pero bibihira lang kasi nang huhuli, no? Lalo na dun sa mga sasakyan na nag-generate ng yung tinatawag nating smoke belching, no? Automotive power plant. We have the Clean Air Act, but the problem is implementation. Hindi masyado active. Way back 1999 pa ito, no? RA 8749. Yeah, carbon tax. Ayan. Hindi ito kasama sa RA 8749. It's just a footnote, no? Wherein this carbon tax enforced tax to polluters contributing plan to combat climate change. But momentarily, Philippines is not ready for this purpose. And therefore, there are several issues that need to be addressed para maging mapasama tayo dito sa carbon tax according to this article. We are not yet ready para mag-impose tayo ng tax dun sa nagpo-produce ng carbon. What's this one? Yan, sa case ng Germany, they are actually, sabi sa article, zero reduction daw sila sa greenhouse gas by 2030. In fact, maraming mga projects ang Germany ngayon na related sa renewable energy, especially in wind, no? Offshore wind. They came to promise that by 2030, greenhouse gas emission in their country will be substantially reduced. Okay, so pag-usapan natin yung tungkol sa allegation about climate change. Don't worry, nasa last part na tayo ng discussion ko. No? So how can we help? Alright, so unang-una, ang pwede kong may share sa inyo para matulungan natin yung environment natin ay disiplina. No? Magkaroon tayo ng disiplina. Hindi lang self-discipline to, but discipline as a town, kung nakatira ka sa probinsya, or kung nakatira ka naman sa metro, Metro Cebu, Metro Manila. As a city, no? Discipline as a city, discipline as one. Kasama na dito yung self-discipline. Tapos, kailangan may-impose natin yung recycling. Ito, napakasimple lang ito eh. I-separate mo lang yung biodegradable sa non-biodegradable. No? Until now, hindi pa rin natin napapractice yan. Maraming ganyan, mga Pilipino eh. Hindi man lang ma-separate yung plastic, yung papel, pati yung mga nabubulok na pagkain doon sa basura nila. Basta tapon lang sila ng tapon. Yeah, kunan sa disiplina, ito ang problema. Sige, may mga balita ako dito. No? I-share ko lang sa inyo. Metro Manila Garbage News. Sige, share ko sa inyo.
Bukod po sa mga di pangkaraniwang dami ng ulan, basura ang isa sa mga pangunahing sanhi ng baha. At kung hindi raw magsisilop ang bawat isa, paulit-ulit lang ang sitwasyon. Nakatutok si Victoria Tulad. Disiplina. Ito raw ang kulang sa mga Pinoy kaya sangkaterbang basura ang naglutangan sa Kamaynilaan kasunod ng malakas na pag-uulan. Sa Arten sa Tondo, nakasanayan na raw ng mga residente ang magtapon sa ilog.
Wala mo ibang tapunan, ito talaga. Pati yung diretso na
Nakita nyo naman po doon sa bungad, kakalat din yung basura.
Kaya dito na lang po.
Hindi rin daw uso sa kanila ang segregation. Pero ayon sa MMDA, obligasyon ng lahat na panatilihin ang kalinisan.
Ang nagre-require ng batas, Solid Waste Management Act, sa lahat na naikot ko. Pero, wala nga tayong medyo maluwag.
Bukod sa ilog at estero, kabi-kabila rin ang kalat sa mga kalsada.
Parang ginagawa, simulan nila yung sarili nila.
Trabaho dapat ng mga households yun na sila yung hindi na mag-segregate, mag-recycle at mag-reuse.
Ayon sa MMDA, hindi malayong lumala ang problema sa basura kung walang disiplina. Gaya sa tulay na ito sa Santa Mesa, Maynila, na halos kalahati ang sinakop ng kalat. Victoria Tulad ng Tutok, 24 oras.
Refleksyon ng kawalan ng disiplina ang ganyang estado ng mga estero at ilog sa Metro Manila. Sa simpleng pagtatapon pa lang, na nakasaad pa naman sa batas, meron ng problema.
Kung susundin talaga yung tamang segregation ng basura, 4 na basurahan yung kailangan. Una, para doon sa mga tinatawag na biodegradables, ito yung mga nabubulok. Mga recyclable gaya ng papel at karton. Mga recyclable na plastic, bote, tetra pak, lata, kung ano-ano pa. At yung tinatawag na residual. Ito yung tinatawag na latak talaga ng basura na kailangan ng itapon dahil hindi na mapapakinabangan. Ang residual o latak lang dapat ang napupunta sa landfill o tapunan ng basura. Pero hindi naman talaga nasusunod ng karamihan. Sa karinderya ni Aling Rosita, halo-halo ang mga basura.
Hindi maiwasan eh. Kasi na sama-sama nila eh.
So hindi na rin kayo nakakapag-segregate.
Hindi na. Kasi busy.
Kaya ang mga nakukolekta ng mga truck ng basura, halo-halo rin. Nasa 9,200 metric tons ang naibong basura kada araw sa Metro Manila pa lang. Sabi, no segregation, no collection. Kaso nung iba po kasi, matitigas talaga ulo. Pero kahit hindi nakahiwalay ang mga nabubulok sa hindi nabubulok, ikinakarga pa rin sa truck ng basura. Kaya naman, hindi na nagsasegregate at diretso na sa landfill.
We have the ecological solid waste management Act of 2000. So we're failing on the implementation. Then marami talagang pasaway pa rin.
Solid waste management ang tamang paraan ng pagkontrol sa nililikang basura at ang pagkukolekta at pagtapon nito na ligtas sa kalusugan at kalikasan. Sa Marikina, mas may sistema. Ang nakukolekta ang basura sa Materials Recovery Facility muna napupunta para maayos ang segregation. Ang mga nabubulok sa composting facility ang bagsak para maging pataba. Ang mga styrofoam nagiging paving block o yung mga blocking nilalatag sa bangketa tulad dito. May dagdag kita rin sa recycling. Yun naman, wala na talagang pakinabang na basura sa landfill dinagala.
Napakahalaga na dapat maging efficient yung ating garbage collection. Ibig sabihin, nape-prevent natin yung mga basurang, yung mga improper disposal ng garbage.
May 6 na landfill ang Metro Manila. Isa na rito ay nasa kalapit na probinsya ng Rodriguez, Rizal. Ang landfill ay isang malaking butas sa lupa kung saan ibinabaon ng basura.
Kapag may dinala yung truck from Metro Manila, ihulog doon. At the end of the day, tinatakpan yon para hindi sumigaw. At para yung tubig ulan ay hindi didiretso para hugasan yung basura.
Ang problema dahil mali ang segregation. Mas mabilis napupuno ang mga landfill. Kada mapupuno, maghahanap na naman ng bago. Sa rami ng basura, baka dumating ang panahon, wala nang mapagtapunan. June Veneracion, nakatutok, 24 oras.
Konting ulan, baha agad. Kaya naman ang MMDA, pinagtutuunan ang mga basurang bumabara sa mga pumping station. At yan po ang tinutukan ni June Veneracion.
Matagal ng problema ang sandamakmak na basura na bumabara sa mga pumping station sa Metro Manila. Nagre-resulta ito sa pagbaha kapag umuulan. Ang solusyon ng MMDA, trash boom na pangharang sa basura para hindi na umabot sa pumping station. Ang unang nabuong trash boom ay inilatag sa estero de Tripa-de-Galina sa Pasay City. Isusunod naman ang iba pang ilog, estero at kanal.
We have to protect our pumping stations, otherwise, kung makaproblema yan, talaga makakaproblema tayo ng baha sa Kalakang, Maynila.
Gaano kalaking problema ba ang idinudulot ng basura sa mga pumping station dito sa Metro Manila? Sabi ng MMDA, 32 tons ng basura ang nakukuha sa mga pumping station kada taon. May mga pagkakataong sumusobra na ang bara. Kaya nangyayari, bumibigay ang mga pumping station. 3 sa 8 unit ng Tripa-de-Galina pumping station ang nasisira taon-taon dahil sa basura. Hindi na kailangan lumayo pa para makita ang sanhi nito. Sa gilid ng estero, may mga nakatambak na basura.
Hindi namin alam kung nanggagaling. Diyan, maraming basura dyan pagdating ng umaga eh.
Doon nanggagaling kasi hindi naman dito sa area na to eh. Sa mga maliliit na daanan ng ilog.
Tao pa rin daw talaga ang problema. Kaya ang nais ng MMDA, magkaroon ng iisang patakaran ang lahat ng syudad at bayan sa Metro Manila na magtatakda ng parusa sa mga walang disiplina. Kung hindi multa, pwede naman daw community service.
Kung makahuli ka nagtatapon, sige, magwalis ka dyan 1 oras. Linisin mo lahat. Kaya ikaw maghamon ng basura sa dagat, sa river, para maranasan mo naman kung paano maglinis ng ano. It will be this kind of things.
June Veneracion, nakatutok, 24 oras.
Naglabas na naman po ng orange rainfall warning alert ang Pag-asa kaninang alas 5 ng hapon. Sakop niya ng Metro Manila, Zambales, Bataan, Laguna, Cavite, Batangas, Rizal at Pampanga.
At sa ikalawang sunod na pagulan sa Metro Manila, binaha na naman ang ilang lugar. Sa Metro Manila, hindi nakatulong na may mga saradong drainage at estero. Sandamakmakding basura ang nahakot sa isang pumping station. Live mula sa Taft Avenue sa Maynila, nakatutok live sa Limarepa. Sam.
Ivan, baha na naman yung dinulot na malakas sa pagulan dito sa Maynila. At dito nga sa kinatatayuan ko sa Taft Avenue, abot gutter o di kaya hanggang binti yung tubig. Kaya naman, pahirap na naman yan sa ating mga kababayan. Malakas sa ulan ulit ang naranasan sa ilang bahagi ng Metro Manila ngayong hapon. Binaha na naman ang Taft Avenue. Lagpas gutter ang baha sa ilang bahagi nito. Lubog sa tubig ang mula UN Avenue hanggang Remedios. Sa Andrews Avenue sa Pasay, gutter deep ang tubig. Sa gitnang lane na ang mga sasakyan para umiwas sa baha. Sa Rosas Avenue naman sa Quezon City, ilang bata ang nagpapatulas sa plaza. Kahapon, nakaranas din ang mga pagbaha sa mga bahagi ng lungsod ng Maynila. Kahit ang ilang bakunahan, hindi nakaligtas sa pagtaas ng tubig, bagay na di naman ikinatinag ng mga taong nais talaga magpabakuna. Pero hindi lang pala ang halos walang tigil na ulan ang naging ugat ng mga pagbaha sa Kamaynilaan. Ayon sa MMDA, nakasara raw kasi noon ang Padre Paura at Remedios Drainage at ang Estero de San Antonio Abad.
Nakasara po kasi yung outfalls na yan. Kasi ginagawa po ng DPWH yung pumping station tsaka yung discharge pipe. At doon ang DPWH tsaka DNR na i-operate na yung pump kahit na hindi pa natapos yung discharge pipe na yan. Starting yesterday, nag-operate na sila.
Malaki ang papel ng 67 pumping stations sa Metro Manila para mapababa ang baha. Sinisiguro ng mga ito na nakalalabas sa dagat ang tubig at hindi naaharang ng basura.
Tuwing malakas at tuloy-tuloy yung ulan, tuloy-tuloy rin yung operasyon itong Tripa de Galina pumping station. Kahapon sa baha sa Metro Manila, umabot ng 21 cubic meters yung nahakot nila basura.
Sari-sari ang basura. May mga bote, plastic at mga piraso pa ng kahoy, troso, pati na isang buong bangko.
Yan po ang talagang malaking problema natin. Kasi parang naging dump site na lang itong pumping station dahil sa basura po. Instead na tubig baha yung bubumbahin namin, pag may kasamang basura, nabawasan yung capacity ng pumps namin.
Buwis buhay naman ang trabaho nila Marvin Joseph Medina at Jenson Remo. Sila ang mano-manong nagtatanggal ng mga sumasabit na basura sa mga makina. Si Jenson ang sumusungkit sa basura sa trash rig sa itaas, habang si Marvin ang kumukuha ng naiipit na basura sa secondary screen sa ibaba.
Delikado po ma'am kasi pag malakas po yung tubig, mahalaga pong malaglag, saka yung tinatapakan namin yung maiksi lang po. Saka mabigat po yung basura pag inaangat. Kahit labor rito lang po, malaki na po yung naiambog sa Maynila rin. Kasi po, para po hindi magkaroon ng pagbaha.
Kaya naman, piling nila sa publiko, pag-aanin man lang ang kanilang trabaho.
Sana po magtapon po sila sa tamang pagbaha ng basura kasi ang hirap po mga laykay sa lalim ng tubig.
Ivan, sa ngayon ay nakakaranas tayo ng mahinang pag-ulan at base dun sa ating monitoring, yung abot gutter na baha ay magmumula nga dito sa may UN Avenue hanggang doon sa may Remedios. Kaya naman, abiso po, gusto mga motorista, iwasan na po ang bahagi ito ng Maynila. Kaya latest mula nga dito sa Taft Avenue. Ivan.
Maraming salamat sa Limarepa. Hindi natutulog ang mga balita. Kaya para sa...
Okay, so yun yung mga latest na balita natin related sa basura. No? Mula noon hanggang ngayon, basura pa rin yung problema natin. Kaya yun ang sinasabi kong isa sa mga pwede natin magawa. No? Discipline and recycling. No? Yung mga pwede namang i-recycle natin. Yung mga pwedeng i-segregate natin. No? What else? I was able to read I was able to read another article. This article was entitled "More than 1,000 rivers account for 80% of global riverine plastic emissions into the ocean." Latest lang to, no? April 30, 2021. This year lang to. Science Advances, Volume 7, number 18. You can check this article on Google. No? And I was stunned by this paper because they have conducted a study and ang Pilipinas daw yung number 1 no? Dun sa study, sabi sa page 6. No? In this study, this led to a new ranking of top contributing rivers where the Pasig in the Philippines is now the most polluting river na kaya. No? Sabi sa paper. Of all the countries daw around the globe, India, Malaysia, China, Indonesia. In fact, China mas malaki pa nga sa Pilipinas. Brazil, Vietnam, tayo pa mga Pilipino. Pilipinas daw number 1, especially in Pasig River that contributes the pollution dun sa river. Sabi dun sa paper. Okay, if you want a copy of this paper, I can give it to you. All right? Nabasa ko siya sa page number 6. Ayan. So, what else? Ito, alam nyo na to, sigurado eh. Yung China vessels dumping human waste in parts of West Philippine Sea. Ito, bago lang to. I'm pretty sure, nabalita nyo na to. Sabi daw, yung mga nakatambay na doon, Chinese vessels, nagdadump daw ng human waste no? Doon sa West Philippine Sea. Siyempre, kung magdadump ka ng human waste doon, ano na mangyari sa mga isda natin doon, saka yung mga coral reef, talagang masisira. Tapos, nung napabalita to, no? Sabi naman ng mga Chinese, these are fabricated report. No? Sabi ng Chinese Embassy, dismisses report on waste dumping on South China Sea. Sabi ng Similarity Agency, Chinese daw eh. Sabi naman ng Chinese Embassy, hindi daw. Fabricated report daw, hindi yan totoo. Wala na. Hindi natin alam kung sino yung totoo dyan. Pero kung totoo man na may nagtapon sila ng human waste dun sa West Philippine Sea, kung hindi siya Chinese, kung hindi Filipino, it doesn't matter. No? Yung magtapon pa lang ng human waste dun sa dagat, malaking impact sa environment natin. What else? Okay, so yung pangalawang suggestion ko, i-sustain natin yung forest natin. Mag-plant tayo ng maraming trees kasi sila yung tagakuha ng carbon dioxide, mga greenhouse gas emissions. No? Sustain our forest, huwag natin kalbuhin. No? Yung mga bundok natin. Tanim tayo ng maraming puno. And sana ito yung maging plataforma ng different chapters of IECEP. Hindi lang IECEP, no? Even yung mga non-profit organizations. And I was able to browse some Facebook sa IECEP. No? I'm very happy that IECEP SOC Sergeant is initiating their involvement to tree planting. Ito, June 27. Tree planting CSR activity conducted morning of June 25 at the mountains of Banga, South Cotabato. So kudos IECEP SOC Sergeant for doing a very good job planting trees. No? Planting trees project. Ayan, so pasensya na. Kinapi ko na itong picture na to sa presentation ko. Walang paalam pero i-highlight ko na rin to kasi kailangan may promote natin yung tree planting tsaka yung sustain our forests. Good job, IECEP SOC Sergeant. Tapos meron din yung IECEP Cebu chapter. Nakabasa din ako doon. Plant a tree for humanity. Ayan. Good job, IECEP Cebu. Even nabasa ko rin yung isa pang article sa Facebook. No? Batangas chapter went tree planting. No? This is a very good job. Dated March 14, 2021. Ayan. Nabasa ko yung PDF ba to? PDF file. Nagkaroon sila ng tree planting activity. Ayan. So sana yung different chapters, especially mga nasa kasi sa Metro Manila, hindi ko alam kung makapagtanim ka pa ng puno dito. No? Pero yung mga nasa province, no? Mindoro, Visayas, ano pa ba? Caraga, Cagayan Valley, yan, Pampanga, marami kang pwede mapagtaniman ng puno dyan. No? Sana i-emulate natin itong ginawa ng ibang chapters. Tapos, kung wala naman kayong mapagtaniman ng puno, magandang alternative. Yung tinatawag nating plantito tsaka plantita. Pwede ka naman magtanim ng kung ano-ano dyan sa bahay mo. No? Mag-contribute ka, magplantito, magplantita ka. Nauso nga ito nung COVID mga plantito tsaka plantita. No? Ginawa na rin siyang business ng different people. No? Ayan. So, i-emulate natin yan. Plantito at plantita. Gardening. Backyard gardening.
Mismong DNR na humihikayat sa mga plantito at plantita na maglagay ng vertical gardens para madagdagan ng green spaces sa mga lungsod. Ang mga halamang pwedeng ilagay sa vertical garden at tips sa pag-aalaga ng mga ito, tinutukan ni Atina Imperia.
Para dumami ang mga halamanan o green spaces sa Metro Manila, hinihikayat ng Department of Environment and Natural Resources o DENR ang publiko na mag-vertical gardening o yung pagtatanim ng mga halaman sa vertically suspended panels o containers. Mga gusali na raw kasi ngayon na umuupa sa dating mga green space. Maraming puno rin daw ang pinutol dahil sa mga road widening project. Sabi ni DENR Secretary Roy Simatu, malaki rin ang may tutulong ng mga halaman sa kalusugan dahil mapabubuti nito ang air quality. Saan nga bang lugar sa bahay swak ang vertical gardens? Sabi ng isang plant collector at professional plant stylist, depende yan sa gusto mong setup.
If the plants require full sunlight, then it's okay to put it in direct sunlight. If the plants are in full sun, of course it's going to get a lot hotter, so they photosynthesize a lot faster. You need to figure out the area, or you need to observe the area in order for you to know how much water to put into plants. If it's in a shaded area like this, you wouldn't need to water it as much unless it's a hot day or it's super windy.
Kahit anong halaman, pwedeng palaguin sa vertical gardens.
Giving the plants more area makes them grow a lot faster. Herbs are okay, but you have to figure out how much sunlight the area gets. With ornamental plants, you can put as many as you like as long as they fit the pot. I highly recommend getting a triple pot.
Pero paalala ng DENR, huwag basta-basta kumuha sa kagubatan ng mga halamang itatanim sa mga bahay at gusali.
Meron din po yan na hindi po talaga nabubuhay dito po sa syudad. Now, hindi rin po natin alam kung yan po ay kakaunti na lang o pawala na talaga. No? Baka umagising tayo isang araw, wala na pong ganyang klase ng halaman.
Atina Imperial nakatutok, 24 oras.
All right. So another suggestion that I can give to you, is use efficient electrical and electronics devices. Efficient electrical and electronics devices. So what are the examples for these things? Ayan, kung gumagamit ka pa ng traditional na bumbilya sa bahay, mag-switch ka na sa LED kasi mas efficient yung mga LED. Kung may sapat na pera ka naman, pambili ng aircon, huwag ka na bumili ng mga traditional na aircon. I suggest you buy inverter type of aircon. Even yung mga highly efficient washing machines. Tapos yung mga refrigerators na inverter type. Makakatipid kasi yan sa kuryente. Kung makakatipid sa kuryente yan, mas makakatipid tayo sa energy. What else? Kasi nag-advent na rin yung tinatawag natin na smart building. Kasi kung may smart building tayo, mas magiging efficient yung ating pag-consume ng energy. Kasi meron silang two-way communication. You can use the Wi-Fi communications or even GSM-based or even some sort of monitoring. Kung nakabukas yung ilaw sa third floor, kung naka-smart building ka, automatic i-shutdown niya yun kung wala naman tao. So you can integrate anything from solar PV panels, you could monitor everything, HVAC, meters, what else? LEDs light for control purposes, building management system, charging, boilers, storage, batteries. Connected yan Smart building, ito yung tinatawag nating smart energy, smart city, lahat yan. It will contribute the smart nation because of the communications, which makes the energy more efficient, usage of energy more efficient. What else? Ayan, smart building. No? Ano ba yung pwede nating ano dyan? I-save no? Energy, lightning, kung wala namang tao doon, automatic siya doon yung mga ilaw, fires, no? Functionality check, detector service, 24/7 monitoring, charging of electric vehicle, water, lagyan ng mga sensors, HVAC, elevators, maintenance, performance, and even yung mga FDAS natin at saka yung mga CCTV. No? Kasama na natin yung integration na tinatawag natin smart buildings. And therefore, if we are about to adhere this one, then we could pretty sure na mas magiging efficient yung pag-consume natin ng energy. Okay? Smart buildings, and so on and so forth. Smart building, smart home, smart city, and so on and so forth. What else? Ayan, so aside from those, dito na papasok yung renewable and sustainable energy solutions kasi na-discuss ko na kanina yung mga adverse effects of non-renewable energies. No? So therefore, mag-shift na tayo sa renewable and sustainable energy solutions. Like, for example, we have the solar, no? Nabanggit ko na kanina to. We have the geothermal, we have the hydropower, we have the wind. Damihan natin yung mga projects related sa solar at wind. Itong hydro at geothermal, damihan din natin yung mga projects related dyan. No? Para makompensate natin yung generate na energy ni non-renewable energy in the future. No? Just to keep you informed, dear engineers, no, meron tayong tinatawag na Renewable Energy Law, no? Renewable Energy Act 2008. Bago lang to actually, 2008, no. But ano na ngayon, 2021, almost magte-20 years na. Kaya marami tayong mga projects related sa solar kasi itong law pinopromote din niya mismo yung paggamit ng renewable energy. And yeah, I would like to give some credit with the IECEP Rizal chapter. Nabasa ko dun sa Facebook nila, meron silang project na solar street lighting project. Dated June 6, 2021, last month. Ayan, meron silang mga projects related with the solar street lighting project. No? And ito. So ito naman yung sa case ng Bangi. Yeah, Bangi Bay, Ilocos Norte, meron siyang as of my presentation kasi hindi na updated to, no? Per unit, ang generate niyang watts is 1.65 megawatts, no? So kung bibilangin mo to, 20 units, i-multiply mo sa 1.65, yun yung total amount of energy na na-generate niya tong Bangi windmills, no? Sa Ilocos. Pero I'm pretty sure, hindi ko alam kung nadagdagan na yata ito ngayon. Hindi ko lang sure. No? Pero at that time, nag-screenshot ko to, meron siyang 20 units. No? Where per unit, it generates 1.65 megawatts. Meron din siya sa Burgos, Ilocos North. No? Burgos windmill. Iba naman yung design ng Burgos windmill doon sa Bangi windmill. Around 50 units, wala akong data kung ilang megawatts ang na-generate na per unit. Magkaiba kasi yung design niya to doon sa design ng Bangi windmill. No? And then aside from this Burgos, meron din tayo dyan sa may Kaparispisan, no? Pagudpud, Ilocos North. And that one turbine generates at least 3 megawatts. No? So, could you imagine 3 megawatts multiplied by 27 units? Ayan, yan yung total energy na nag-generate dyan sa Kaparispisan wind energy dyan sa Ilocos. No? Maraming mga wind energy project dyan sa Ilocos. Eh. Sa Cagayan Valley, kapitbahay lang ng Ilocos. Eh. I don't know kung parang walang project yan related sa wind energy. Hopefully in the future na magkaroon ng projects. Kasi mahangin din yan. Katapat niyan, Pacific Ocean. Pacific Ocean, daanan ng bagyo. Of course, sa Rizal, we have 27 units. 27 times 2, yan yung total energy na na-generate ng ano niyan, Pinilla Windmill. Yeah, we also have here in Barangay Pao, Aklan, 18 units. Per unit generates 2 megawatts. So 18 times 2, yan yung total energy na na-generate dito sa may Barangay Pao, Aklan. Wind energy. Meron din yan sa Guimaras, no? San Lorenzo. Yung mga taga Guimaras, they are familiar with this. 27 units. Each unit generates 2 megawatt. No? 27 yan. So 27 times 2, yun yung total energy na ma-generate. No? Yan. Bago lang itong balita na ito. May 19, 2021, sabi ng AC Energy, pag-aari niya yan, Ayala. No? Sabi niya, they will about to build the Philippines' largest wind farm. No? Diyan sa may bandang Ilocos. May ano sila dyan, bagong project related sa wind energy. No? They are about to build the largest wind farm in the Philippines. Maganda yan kasi magiging tourist attraction yan para sa ating lahat. No? Tapos sa Taiwan naman, meron din silang mga wind energy dun. 20 units and each unit generate 2.3 megawatts. That is in Taichung, Taiwan. I've been in Taiwan for several years. No? And personally, I miss Taiwan din. Nakakamiss din pumunta rin. Maraming masarap na pagkain din. Ito naman sa, in China. Let me just check. Hindi ko makita yung presentation ko. Yeah, this was in China. We have the Xinjiang Wind Farm in China. Xinjiang Wind Farm in China. Ang China ngayon, marami silang mga renewable energy project ngayon dyan. Hindi lang wind, pati mga solar din. Sa United States, ang pinakamaraming wind energy sa San Gorgonio Pass, California. Could you imagine? 3,218 units. Wala akong data kung ilang megawatt ang na-generate niya per head. But if we could just say 3,218 times 2, sabihin natin 2 megawatt ang na-generate per per head, per wind turbine, malaking yan. Malaking energy na pwede natin ma-produce para dyan. No? So what else? Ito naman yung tinatawag nating offshore wind farm. No? Itong offshore wind farm, magtatayo tayo ng wind energy sa gitna mismo ng dagat. Ang onshore sa tabi ng dagat. No? Ang offshore sa gitna ng dagat. No? And ang China, meron din sila ganyan. Offshore wind farm. 34 units, 3 megawatts in the Shanghai, China. And kung nanood kayo ng movie na Tenet, no, directed by Christopher Nolan, hinighlight dun yung offshore wind farm dun sa Europe. I think, I forget, Netherlands yata yan. Ayan. And this one is in, let me just check. Hindi ko makita eh. Offshore wind in England. Okay. Offshore wind in England. Okay, so I have seen another news, article. Sabi dito sa article, dun sa may Guimaras, may bago daw silang itatayong offshore wind energy project. First in the Philippines na magkaroon tayo ng offshore wind energy project. Around 600 megawatts. Itatayo nila dyan sa may bandang area ng Guimaras. Ganito yung magiging architect or artist perspective. No? Ang main dyan is I think AC Energy. And the project in Apari sa Cagayan Valley is also in some works, some paperworks with a potential output of 500 to 600 megawatts. Ganda yan, no? Kasi pag nagkaroon tayo ng offshore wind farm dyan sa may bandang Guimaras, magandang tourist spot para sa ating lahat yan. Sa North EDSA, when it comes to solar, meron din silang dyan, yung taas ng car park, lagay sila ng solar ano dyan, solar PV panels para makatipid sa kuryente. North EDSA, matagal na ito balitan to. And we also have in Calatagan, Batangas, parami yung mga projects natin sa solar, 63.3 megawatts. San Carlos, Negros Occidental, 45 megawatts. What else? Silay, Negros Occidental, 25 megawatts. Another in Bais, Negros Oriental, 18 megawatts. Maribeles, Bataan. Toledo City, Cebu. May solar farm dyan. Generate 60 megawatts. And I have seen another news, Maynila installs solar farm, power farm in La Mesa pumping station. Ayan. So as months passes by, parami mga projects related sa solar. And this is a good news for our environment kasi nagsishift tayo to renewable and sustainable energy. Ngayon sa China, meron tayong Panda solar farm. Okay? Panda talaga siya. In Datong, China, 150 megawatts. If you ask me kung nasaan yung pinakamalaking solar farm sa Southeast Asia, ang sagot yan is sa Vietnam. Sila yung record holder. 600 megawatts of solar farm. Yan, sa tabi ng Daoting Lake, Vietnam. Ganyang kalawak yung solar farm nila. Sila yung record holder na pinakamalawak na solar farm sa Southeast Asia. Tapos, yung pinaka-largest naman, nag-generate 1.5 gigawatts. Ang record holder is China. Sa sobrang lawak, kailangan mo na siyang i-view sa space. Ayan. Tengger Desert, China. 1.5 gigawatts. May kasamang kasamang wind. Tapos yung largest thermal, kasi aside from solar, pwede ka rin maglagay ng thermal. Ang thermal kasi, i-concentrate mo yung solar radiation dun sa isang area. Kung nandito yung araw, ito yung sinag ng araw, i-concentrate nila yung init dito. Aside from the solar PV panels na makapag-produce ng electricity, pati rin to, itong solar thermal, makapag-produce din sa ng electricity. Okay? Ayan, yung concentration niya, yung parabolic style. Reflector, yung reflect ng sinag ng araw, i-concentrate natin dyan. And then this will serve as a, how to say, sinasalo niya yung init. Tapos yung init na yun, i-convert niya into energy. Okay, so another suggestion to alleviate the climate crisis is yung pag-utilize ng electric transportation. So, ibig sabihin, pure na tayo, electric transportation. Itigil mo na yung mga diesel engine na yan. Wala nang mga gas engine kasi lahat yan mag-generate ng greenhouse gas emissions. So, para ma-eliminate natin yan, kailangan mag-shift tayo sa electric transportation. Ayan. Kung coding ka naman, huwag ka nang bumiyaya ng madaling araw para hindi ka mahuli ng pulis. Bumiyaya ka na lang ng MRT. Bumiyaya ka na ng LRT. And even yung mga sasakyan ngayon, Toyota, even Nissan, nagpo-produce na rin sila ng mga electric vehicles. In fact, sa electric vehicles, ang number 1 is Tesla. Of course, gradual naman yung kasi hindi naman lahat afford yung electric car. Besides, sa case ng Pilipinas, bibihira lang din yung electric vehicle charging station. Kokonti pa lang. Kaya gradual siguro yung pagbabago tungkol dyan. But in the case of Europe, US, and even Japan, nagsiship na sila dyan. Hybrid electric vehicles and pure electric vehicles. And the OST have several projects. Meron sila mga electric trains. They also have the e-trike. Meron din silang mga BHT na tinatawag. Bus hybrid train. Something like that. Bus hybrid train. And then may project din yung, nakalimutan ko sino yung engineer na gano'n dito. Meron siyang dinevelop na hybrid electric train. Pure electric. Hindi ka mag-generate ng greenhouse gas emissions. So, shift to electric transportation. Ilan nila sinasabi dyan. Okay? Aside from those things, meron na rin mga dinevelop na electric ship. Walang mga diesel, walang gasoline. It's purely electric. No? Naglatag sila ng mga solar panel dun sa taas. Electric ship na yan. Tapos, ayan, even yung mga electric aircraft. No? Marami na rin mga projects related sa electric aircraft. Paano nila masustain yung lipad nila? Gamit lang yung electricity as a main source dun sa engine. Okay, maraming challenge yan. Kasi kung mag-travel ka from Philippines, let's say, to Europe, paano may susustain yung lipad mo from Philippines to Europe? Gamit mo lang yung baterya. No? Maraming challenge yan sa mga engineers. But through research and development, magagawa ng paraan yan. Okay? Marami na mga projects like e-Genius, the e-Fund, City Airbus, the Bahana, yan. Ito naman helicopter. No? What else? Ayan, Germany tests its first electric highway. No? Germany. Mga German, magagaling talaga mag-isip yun. So, nag-test sila ng first electric highway for their trucks. No? May video ako dito, papakita ko lang. Ayan, electric highway. Yes. Alright, so ano lang yun, electric highway using trucks powered by humans. And of course, dun sa mga nasa academe naman, mag-initiate kayo ng mga projects related sa electric vehicles. No? Sa case ng Adamson University, way back 2016, meron kaming project related sa solar-powered car. Of course, industry partner with Schneider, 2016. And way back, 2019, 2018, I think, meron din tayong race. I think Lasal, TIP, sumali din sa solar-powered car. Shell Eco Marathon yata yun. Kalimutan ko na. Ayun. Doon sa mga engineering professors, I hope you could ask your advices to develop more renewable energy projects para sa mga bata. Okay? So, i-summarize ko lang yung natin, na pag-aralan natin related sa alleviation for climate crisis. So, first of all, let's sustain our forests, plant more trees. Hindi ko na isama dito yung first. Yung recycle and discipline. Yun yung pinaka-first. No? Disiplinado dapat tayo tsaka mag-recycle. Second, sustain our forests, plant more trees. Then, gamit tayo ng mga appliances na mataas yung efficiency, electrical devices, electronics devices, and advocate renewable and sustainable energy solutions, public sector and private sectors, even yung academe. Maraming dapat tayong mga projects related dito. Tapos, let's bolster electric transportation and consumption. Heighten emission controls, yung mga existing policies natin, paigtingin pa natin, and then i-promote natin yung electric transportations, like hindi lang sa sasakyan, like ships also, railways, planes, and so on and so forth. And of course, let's boost climate control policy, yung existing policies natin sa Clean Air Act. Baka pwede pa natin ano yun yan, i-improve, no? Or i-enhance. And government and private sectors may also play a vital role. Even tayo, no? Malaki yung role natin para din sa climate control policy. And yeah, overpopulation. Hindi lang yung gawa ng gawa. Kasi pag gawa kayo ng gawa, wala. Contribute sa yan. Invigorate sa greenhouse gas discharge. Hindi lang human, no? Even animals. Okay, so overpopulation, it will of course contribute to greenhouse gas discharge, and therefore it will affect our environment. Lahat yan. Kasama na yun sa cycle. Okay? Although marami pang iba, pero ito yung pinaka-major na pwede kong may advice in engineers. Alright? Okay, so that ends my presentation for today. If you have some questions, I would be happy to answer them. Moderator?
Yes, sir.
Anong oras na? Mag-alas 11 na yata. Pasensya na. Napahaba na yung discussion.
Okay lang, sir. So,
Okay.
let me share my screen.
Stop sharing na ako, moderator.
Sige, sir.
Yeah.
Let me see. Naging teacher ko kayo, sir, sa comms?
Sa TIP?
Sa FEU, sir.
Sa FEU. Oh, kaya pala sabi ko, parang familiar to siya.
Yung pangalan, sir?
I think 2005, 2006, nagturo kasi ako dun eh.
Opo. So yun, sir, let's start our Q&A portion. This one coming from Marlon Reyes ng Bulacan chapter. Ano po ang worst effect ng nuclear leak?
Well, siguro pag-usapan muna natin yung tungkol sa nuclear leak. Although I'm not very expert sa nuclear, parang nuclear scientist na. Unang-una, kasi based on past data, no? Like yung case ng, I think, Chernobyl, at saka yung sa Fukushima, I think it is more on human error, something like that. I'm not so pretty sure. And because of those errors, ayan, nagkaroon na ng mga effect. Like, pabayaan na yung boilers, leak na yung mga radiations, and so on and so forth. So, ang sagot ko dyan, ano po yung worst effect ng nuclear leak? Ang unang-unang sagot dyan is yung health. Health ng mga nasa worker ng nuclear power plant. Of course, I don't know kung napanood nyo sa Netflix may bago silang series dun eh. Netflix Chernobyl 1986 yata. Actually, kapapanood ko lang siya kahapon, kagabi. Yung mga trained soldiers, no? Kasi meron silang valve na dapat buksan para hindi grabe yung pagsabog ng Chernobyl. No? It requires some brave. Nagturo sila ng mga brave soldiers na pwedeng magbukas dun sa valve na naka dun sa kumukulong tubig kasi kumukulo na yung tubig eh. So, ngayon nung nabuksan yung valve na yun, ayun, nag-flow na yung water dun sa ibang area. Yun lang, ang pinaka worst effect dun sa brave soldier is that syempre tinamaan siya ng radiation. And to the point na at the end of the story, namatay na siya. Hindi na siya nagtagal. So ang pinaka worst is yung leak sa case ng human is yung radiation health. Tapos pangalawa, pag sumabog na yan, yung power plant na yan, syempre pag yung mga pollutants, radiation, nasa air, nalangkap ng ibang tao, or kumapit yan sa katawan ng tao, may gradual effect na rin yan. In fact, sabi nila, may long-term effect daw yan. Cancer, and even yung pag nagkaanak ka, yung genes daw, it will also affect the ano, the development of the child, no? Something like that. So maraming effect yung nuclear leak na yun. Of course, huwag natin isipin yung worst effect. No? Isipin natin yung ano, yung good side ng nuclear power plant. Kasi kung isipin natin yung worst effect ng nuclear, wala magpapatay ng nuclear power plant sa Pilipinas. No? So could you imagine kung meron tumatakbo yung Bataan Nuclear Power Plant, tapos magpapatayo pa sila sa Visayas, tsaka sa Mindanao, no? Ng dalawa pang nuclear power plant. Makaka-contribute kasi sana natin yan sa sa kuryente natin, sa electric grid natin tinatawag. Lalo na nung summer, nagkaroon tayo ng pagnipis ng kuryente. Tapos yung ibang power plant, under maintenance. Kaya hindi balance, no, yung supply at saka yung demand. Kaya yun ang problem saan natin. Energy crisis sa Pilipinas. We have one nuclear pero hindi tumatakbo. Hopefully sana in the future mapatakbo natin yun.
Sayang nga naman. So, another question, sir, coming from June Amon Pon. Are there any laws related to the mitigation of climate change we need to consider when there are projects in our respective companies?
Are there any laws related to mitigation of climate change that we need to consider? Mitigation of climate change when we draft projects in our respective companies. Yung first law na pwede kong may bigay, I'm not so very expert with law pero yung pinakita ko kasi kanina, yung Clean Air Act at saka yung renewable energy law. No? Let me just discuss something about renewable energy law. Pinapromote lang niya yung paggamit kasi kung magpapatayo ka ng solar at saka wind, no? Kung walang governing law related sa renewable energy, marami kang pwedeng gawin. Pwede mong hindi sundin yung standards, yung codes, and so on and so forth. Kasi wala namang batas related sa renewable energy law. No? So unang-una, dapat magkaroon muna tayo ng batas related sa renewable energy para ma-regulate natin and ma-monitor din natin yung projects natin related doon. And doon naman sa Clean Air Act, hindi ko kasi nabasa ng fully yung PDF Clean Air Act, but ang promotion lang naman ng Clean Air Act is that ma-reduce natin yung greenhouse gas emissions sa Pilipinas, no? Tsaka pangalawa, huliin natin yung malakas magbuga ng usok, lalo na yung mga, of course, mga jeep, no? Pag luma yung engine mo, tapos hindi mo pa mini-maintain ng maayos, wala, magbubuga ng maitim na usok yun. Now, when it comes to your project, are there any law related to mitigation of climate change? Siguro, depende sa project yan. Gaano ba kalaki yung project? If your project is related with the solar farm, no, for example, or yung ginagawa ng AC energy, at saka yung wind energy projects dyan sa mga Ilocos, no, even dyan sa may bandang Visayas, hopefully sa Mindanao, magkaroon din ng mga wind energy dyan. You need to consult the attorney. No? You need to consult the attorney kung ano ba yung pwede natin i-consider dyan, the mitigation. Hindi lang kasi project ng electronics yan. No? Project din yan ng mga electrical, mechanical. Kasi when it comes to wind energy, for example, may generator. We also have some motors. No? Ayan na, halo-halo na yung project na yan. Mechanical, electronics, electrical, and so on and so forth. So siguro yan, sagot yan sa question mo, Engineer June. Siguro i-consult na lang natin yung attorney tungkol dyan. Hindi naman ako masyado expert sa law. Yeah, are there any laws? But yung sinabi ko kanina, yung Clean Air Act, tsaka yung Renewable Energy law, i-consider natin yan. If it is related with renewable energy, but if it is not related, maybe you could just check the existing laws like Clean Air Act. Kung related ba sa water yung project mo or kung related ba sa air yung project mo, then you have to consult it. Okay?
Thank you. Another one, sir, coming from Harold Darwin Carion. Due to the unstable climate occurrences in the Philippines, like typhoon, earthquakes due to the ring of fire and drought during the summer, what will be the most efficient and cost-effective renewable energy that will work as a long-term solution?
Yeah. Unang-una, sige, basahin ko muna ng mabuti para masagot ko na maayos yung question na Engineer Carion, Harold. So, due to the unstable climate occurrences in the Philippines. Yeah, tama yun. Kasi some examples of unstables are typhoon. Yan. Kasi yung typhoon, between January up to May, in fact, may summer may dumadaan na typhoon minsan. Tapos yung earthquake kagabi, no? Kasagsagan ng tulog ng tao, biglang nagkalindol. Kasi yung status ng Pilipinas, nasana tayo, ring of fire na tinatawag. And itong drought naman, every summer na lang to, parating nating nararamdaman. Nakadepende tayo dyan sa Angat Dam na yan. Kung mababa yung level ng tubig, rotation yung yung distribution ng water, no? Especially sa summer. Ayan. So, what will be the most efficient and cost-effective renewable energy that will work as a long-term solution? Kasi, Engineer Harold, oftentimes when you have a project related with the renewable energy, kailangan mo ng, the first thing that you need to do is to assess, no? Kung saan mo itatayo yung project. If in case Ilocos, for example, no? Or if in case kung nasa Visayas ka, itatayo mo yung project sa Mindoro or Cagayan Valley or sa Cagayan de Oro, no? I-assess mo muna yung sitwasyon doon sa area. For the past, ang pinaka-safe niyan, 5 years eh. Pero yung ibang engineer, ginagawa nila 3 years. No? So i-assess mo yung situation, 5 to 7 years. Ano ba yung status ng lugar na yun? During typhoon, during earthquake, during drought, no? Ano ba yung tinatawag nating profile ng area na yun? Ngayon, pag na-assess mo na yung profile, na-evaluate mo na yung profile, i-check mo ngayon kung what kind of renewable energy ang pwede mong itayo as a long-term solution dun sa area, no? So, for example, kung sa Ilocos ka, dun sa area na pag-alaman nila, okay ang ihip ng hangin, no? Then the most cost-effective solution will be wind energy. Of course, magtatayo ka rin ng solar energy. Kaya nga dun sa tabi ng wind energy, may solar farm din dun eh. Nakita ko eh. Tapos kung nasa case ka naman ng Guimaras, for example, pwede mo naman pagsabayin yung solar at saka wind. Eh syempre, i-consider mo rin yung assessment, yung data related sa typhoon. Ilang typhoon ba dumadaan dun per year? Gaano kalakas? No? And so on and so forth. Kasi it will affect your design. No? Ang wind energy, ayaw nila ng sobrang mahangin. Ayaw din nila ng ganyan. Kasi may limit din yan eh. Yung mga propellers natin. Kapag in-exceed mo yung limit nila dun sa wind velocity, pwedeng masira yung mga turbina. So meron din silang allotted wind profile para mapatakbo yung turbina. No? So that's the best answer that I could give you. You need to assess the area. No? Then after assessment, check mo yung profile. And then upon checking the profile, then you can select which most effective renewable solution you could use as a long-term solution. Check mo rin yung resources. No? Ibig sabihin, kung malapit ka sa ilog, baka pwede yung ilog gawin natin hydro energy. Ngayon, kung malapit ka naman sa bulkan, kahit na maraming typhoon, maraming earthquake, malapit ka naman sa bulkan, siguro pinaka most cost effective is magpatayo ka na ng geothermal instead of solar. I-check mo rin kung ilang megawatts ang pwedeng ma-produce. Maraming maraming factors. Harold.
So yun, guys, that ends our question and answer portion. So yung mga additional questions nyo guys, email na lang natin kay Doc Angelo.
Yeah.
Okay, so at this juncture, we are moving forward to our awarding of Certificate of Appreciation. It's my pleasure and honor to award this Certificate of Appreciation to Dr. Angelo A. Beltran for imparting his knowledge and expertise as a resource speaker during the IECEP Surgeon Rizal and Oman chapter collaboration webinar with the topic Environment and Energy Revisited. Given this 24th day of July 2021, signed by IECEP Rizal Governor, Engineer Dennis L. Molina, PECE, IECEP Oman Governor, Engineer Jimmy C. Santos, PECE, and IECEP Surgeon Governor, Engineer Tanya M. Osorio, MEECE. So thank you very much, sir, for your time and effort.
Thank you so much, IECEP Sargent, IECEP Rizal, and IECEP Oman. Mabuhay tayong lahat.
Yes, sir. So thank you.
Thank you, Sir Beltran, Dr. Beltran.
Salamat po, salamat.
Thank you po.
Salamat po, Doc. Sa susunod po ulit.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
Pasensya na, umabot na ng alas 11, napahaba eh.
Kulang pa daw sir eh. Abot daw ng 12, okay lang. sige sir. Okay.
Saka na, nag-talk din ako dun sa graduate studies yata yun, umabot rin ng alas 11, sobrang haba. Kaya pasensya na, mahaba ako mag-discuss. Detail mag-discuss yun. Kasi ito na yung first tsaka last na discuss ko yung topic. Kasi every topic parating bago yung dinidiscuss ko. Hopefully sa ulit. Sa IECEP Rizal, IECEP SOX, and IECEP Oman.
Thank you, sir. So moving forward to our next slide. So we are going to have some announcements. So you guys, for the webinar yesterday, it was moved to August 6. The webinar topic on that one will be the grounding and bonding standards and practices by Engineer Joel C. Arjona. So that topic yesterday will be moved on August 6, 2021. So moving forward, we have our August 13. The topic will be the GPON Network Design for Enterprise by Engineer Jess Anthony D. Liwanag, to be followed by on August 14 by Engineer Sajid N. Makabalang, IBS DAS Design and Optimization. So yun guys, that's our announcement. Then going to our next slide. So to cap off our webinar for tonight, may we call on Dr. Myra S. Pulgar, PECE, IECEP Oman Vice Governor for Education. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. Magandang gabi sa inyong lahat. So I would like to thank all of you for joining tonight's webinar. Your active and dynamic participation has made this webinar a rewarding event. I am really happy and deeply gratified that this virtual gathering has come to confirm the success of this event. I would like to greet all of you from different parts of the world who made yourselves available despite your busy engagement. The webinar has enjoyed an opening greeting address and has featured a remarkable and outstanding presentation and discussion of Dr. Angelo Beltran. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and fellows, I close this webinar with a deep feeling and honor that the IECEP community is committed to continue acting in a dynamic way towards continuing professional education. I feel proud of such a conclusion and I thank you all. Good evening sa inyong lahat ulit. Good night.
Okay, good night, ma'am. Thank you. So yun guys, that's wrap up our Trio-CPD-nario for tonight. So yun guys, maraming salamat sa pag-join ng ating Trio-CPD-nario version 2.0. So again guys, I am Engineer Ron Reyes, your Karonda Rizal, So see you guys on August 6 sa ating next Trio-CPD-nario series. So good night, guys. And also, guys, don't forget to fill up the evaluation form that will be posted on the Zoom chat box before you leave. Guys.